And we are live. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come and join. One man went to more. It's that time of the day again. We're doing it again. Gather, come and join me. The hyperlink to the session is already in the comment section. So just click on it if you want to come and interact with the talking points. So, Gather, let's do that dance yet again. Let's spend the next, however, the foreseeable together. Important matters are Nigeria related to discuss. So, Gather, come and join. What man went to mow the eagle has landed.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where is Sima? Water, 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 water. Water, only water. Where is Sima? Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Bọ́bí màsà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dóde. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dóde ó jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dóde. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bá dì o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dóde. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Ìgbàlà tí àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe o.
And there we are. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbé ṣe ìgbàlà tí ele hehehe. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbé ṣe. As guys, I bring you this. So we start from the very beginning, the breaking news of the day. Our federal government may impose state of emergency in Anambra State. The Fulani Attorney General of the Federation speaks. So Malami, again, federal government may impose state of emergency in Anambra State. A headline attributed to Abubakar Malami. So headline attributed to Abubakar Malami, federal government's consideration of state of emergency in Anambra State unacceptable. Christian Association of Nigeria speaking, you have to understand that wholly, if not solely, essentially a Christian space, Anambra State. Because, of course, at least a good 70% of IGBOLAND, Christian space. Again, federal government's consideration of state of emergency in Anambra unacceptable, a headline attributed to the Christian Association of Nigeria. Federal government backs Malami over call for state of emergency in Anambra State. So we look at that too. And then in the Yoruba quarters, just hopefully I can get this one to show. Okay, it does show. Afenifere rejects planned emergency in Anambra, ask Igbo elders to stop the killings. So Afenifere backs their eastern cousins in this matter. Malami's state of emergency threat confirms Southeast violence sponsored. Anambra State governor now backing the move. I don't quite know if this guy quite knows what a state of emergency means, because he will essentially be set to sit at home and a Fulani administrator will be given oversight over his state. But the dummy speaks. Malami's state of emergency threat confirms Southeast violence sponsored. Anambra state government, so quite what Obiano means by that, we'll find out in the fullness. Uh, Buhari's Buhari plans removal of Attorney General Malami, 14 other ministers. So this is a story from the left field, the veracity of which only the fullness of time will bring to the fore. Buhari plans removal of Attorney General Malami, 14 other ministers. So true or false of that we'll find out in the taste of the pudding. Where Nigeria's president comes from in 2023, not important. Abubakar Malami is the person making that comment, so he would say that, wouldn't he? Self-interest to the fore. Where Nigeria's president comes from in 2023, not important. A headline attributed to Abubakar Malami. We will keep borrowing trillions in Nigeria's interest. Finance minister speaks. So borrowing trillions is not so much the issue, but in whose interest is the question. No vestiges of the at least 6 to 700 billion that has been borrowed by the Buhari administration so far. No evidence or proof of anything that the money has been used for. Again, they keep on mortgaging the country. We will keep borrowing trillions in Nigerians' interest, a headline attributed to the finance minister. So quite what Nigerians' interest means, we'll find out when we digest that piece as well. Why I won't support throwing PDP presidential ticket open. Bode George is the person speaking, so that strikes me as a curiosity. But then, of course, he speaks to self-interest as well. So the politics of 2023, essentially a north-south divide. This is really where that politics is. Nigerians won't trust Igbos with Nigerians won't trust Igbo with power until Biafra agitation stops. APC chieftain Igbokwe speaks. So this now chimes with conversations that we have had on this platform severally, that really, rather than agitating, should the eastern quarters be apologizing. One of the lead figures from that space seems to chime with that. 2023, Nigerians won't trust Igbo with power until Biafra agitation stops, a headline attributed to APC chieftain Igbokwe. So we find out exactly why he has felt the need to say that. So this is now a story that broke just before we came on stream. Chiwetalu Agu was arrested for soliciting support for IPOB. So a famous Igbo actor has been brutalized and beaten up by the army authorities. They are now justifying their act of barbarism. Chiwetalu Agu was arrested for soliciting support for IPOB, a headline attributed to the Nigerian army. So quite why and why what for, we find out in the fullness. But before we find out anything else in its fullness, first again back to the eastern quarters. So to the eastern quarters, Igbokwenu.
Do I call Omeriwo Nindizu Modiroya Abakare Mama Dawora Kulapuri Meri Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Kulapuri Meri Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Kulapuri Meri Nandi go Onyedu Aimo Omeriwo Nindizu Modiroya Abakare Mamandawora Kulapuri Meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, na Python dance 3. Una poli meri Nnamdi. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, na Python dance 3. Una poli meri Nnamdi. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, na Python dance 3. Una poli meri Nnamdi. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, na Python dance 3. Una poli meri Nnamdi. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, and Python dance 3. Una poli meri Nnamdi.
And there we are. Nnamdi ti win a war, another Python dance. So Nnamdi ti win a war. As guys, I bring you this. Federal government may impose state of emergency in Anambra State. Abubakar Malami speaking. The federal government has warned that it may be forced to impose state of emergency in Anambra State to ensure peaceful conduct of the forthcoming gubernatorial election. The Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, gave the warning when he fielded questions from State House correspondents at the end of the meeting of the Federal Executive Council, FEC. The meeting was presided over by President Muhammadu Buhari in Abuja on Wednesday. The news agency of Nigeria NAN reports that concerned parties in Anambra project, including the Independent National Electoral Commission, had raised an alarm over the upsurge in cases of violent attacks on individuals and government facilities in Anambra as the governorship election in the state draws closer. The minister, however, threatened that the federal government may declare a state of emergency if the security situation in the state did not improve. According to him, the federal government has the responsibility to sustain the democratic order and will do the needful in terms of ensuring that the election holds in the state. When our national security is attacked and the sanctity of our constitutionally guaranteed democracy is threatened, no possibility is ruled out. As a government, we have a responsibility to ensure the sustenance of our democratic order. Let me just pause there before I carry on, because this is something that seems to be a recurring thing within the Nigerian space. Anytime that there's a high profile activity or thing happening in government, the person that we hear from is Abubakar Malami. So Abubakar Malami should not be the lead voice of the government. There's no reason why it should be. The lead voice of the government should be President Buhari, and he should come out and front up to his position. If he wants to shy away, the deputy, the vice president, can come up and front for it. If he wants to shy away, there are two spokesmen and a minister of information to front the government's whatever it is. Certainly not the minister of justice, who is just a satellite minister. He's not the security minister. He's not the spokesperson of the government. He's not an army officer. He is not the. He's just the attorney general. So quite why he is speaking to that space is something that continues to befuddle. But then he, of course, are essentially the de facto president. When our national security is attacked and the sanctity of our constitutionally guaranteed democracy is threatened, no possibility is ruled out. As a government, we have a responsibility to ensure the sustenance of our democratic order. As a government, we have a responsibility to provide security to life and properties. So within the context of these constitutional obligations of the government, or the desire to establish democratic norms and order, there is no possibility that is ruled out, he said. He added that government would certainly do the needful in terms of ensuring that our elections are held in Anambra, in terms of ensuring necessary security is provided, and in terms of ensuring protection is accorded to lives and properties. So what I am saying in essence, no possibility is ruled out by government in terms of ensuring the sanctity of our democratic order, in terms of ensuring that our election in Anambra holds, Mr. Malami said. And you cannot rule out possibilities inclusive of the possibility of declaration or state of emergency, where it is established, in essence, that there is a failure on the part of the state to ensure the sanctity of security of lives, properties, and democratic order. So our position as a government is election is going to hold. Necessary security in terms of democratic order must certainly prevail for the purpose of this election. So there you are, state of emergency essentially about to be declared in Anambra State. Federal government's consideration of state of emergency in Anambra unacceptable. Christian Association of Nigeria. The Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, on Wednesday rejected the federal government's mulling over the possibility of declaring a state of emergency in Anambra, saying it would be unacceptable and unfair. The apex Christian body also said the government has lost the moral justification for seeking to apply such a stringent measure in the state because it has not lived up to the expectations of Nigerians on security. Christian Association of Nigeria's Director, National Issues and Social Welfare, Bishop Stephen Adegbeti, said this in an exclusive interview with correspondents in reaction to the revelation by the Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami that the federal government could declare a state of emergency in Anambra if it is established that there is a failure on the part of the state to ensure the sanctity of security of lives, property, and democratic order. Adegbite said, to the church in Nigeria, the tension in the land is a product of the collective failure of our leaders, both past and present. Those we have elected to lead us have grossly mismanaged the system and also failed to adequately discharge their constitutional mandate on security. Therefore, for the federal government to consider declaring a state of emergency in a state in the country right now is unfair and unacceptable. It is not entirely the fault of the governor or the people of Anambra that there are security challenges in the country. All the government should do is simple. Let our leaders provide adequate security for every state in Nigeria. Doing so makes more sense than seeking to declare a state of emergency in a particular state. Nonetheless, the bishop urged the people of Anambra and Indigbo in general to cease the attacks on government institutions and personnel, stressing that wanton killings and destructions of public infrastructure were barbaric and abhorrent in Christianity. We, however, appeal to the people of Anambra and the entire Southeast region to have a rethink and pursue the realization of their collective aspiration through peaceful means and dialogue. Lives lost cannot be regained, and some properties destroyed may never be rebuilt, the Christian Association of Nigeria has said via its spokesperson. So there you are. So still with the Malami declaring state of emergency in IGBOLAND, federal government backs Malami over call for state of emergency in Anambra. The federal government has expressed support for the Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami on the possibility of declaring a state of emergency in Anambra if the incessant killings and other criminal acts in the state persist. Malami, also the Attorney General of the Federation, had given the indication on Wednesday that the federal government would not rule out the option of declaring a state of emergency in Anambra, given the violence in the state ahead of the November the 6th governorship election. In the state, speaking with News Agency of Nigeria on Thursday in Abuja, the Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, said Malami's position was to avert a constitutional crisis in the state. Mohammed said no government would fold its arms and allow the pillar of democracy be destroyed. In the last couple of weeks, IPOB had imposed sit-at-homes or sit-at-home on dozens. In the last couple of weeks, IPOB had imposed sit-at-home on citizens. They did not allow people to go to schools, markets, and there are high-profile killings. The AGF said yesterday that the government will do whatever it takes to restore law and order in Anambra and the entire southeast to ensure that symbols and pillars of democracy are not tampered with. The forthcoming election in the state is one of the pillars of democracy. Those who are criticizing the AGF on this, have they thought for 1 minute what will happen if the election does not take place in Anambra on November the 6th? They should bear in mind that under our constitution, a governor cannot spend an extra day beyond the mandate of 4 years. What will happen will be constitutional crisis of immense proportion, he said. The minister recalled that during previous democratic dispensations, a state of emergency was declared in Ekiti and Plateau State. He said what was happening in Anambra presently was worse than what happened in Plateau and Ekiti when a state of emergency was declared. On the position of critics that the government did not declare state of emergency in Zamfara, Katsina, and Kaduna, where they alleged there were more killings, the minister said the situation was not the same with Anambra. You do not compare apples with oranges. The bandits in Katsina do not want to leave Nigeria. They do not want to declare their own republic, and they are not saying there will be no election. They are primarily criminals. It is a disingenuous argument to say that they have killed more people in Katsina, Zamfara, and Kaduna than they killed in Anambra. What is happening in Katsina, Zamfara, Kaduna, and Niger is criminality, and the government will not condone it. I have not seen the bandit hoist any flag anywhere as opposed to Boko Haram. Until they were dislodged in Burma, they set up their own government collecting taxes, he said. So there you are. One rule for one and another rule for the other. So the hand of friendship from the western quarters to the Igbo people, so the hand of friendship from Yoruba land to the eastern quarters. Afenifere rejects planned emergency in Anambra, asks Igbo elders to end killing. The Pan-Yoruba social political organization Afenifere on Wednesday challenged elders and leaders in the southeast to step in order to stop the killings in the region. The group, in a statement by its National Publicity Secretary, Jare Ajayi, said the announcement by the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami that the federal government may declare a state of emergency in Anambra is a self-indictment. According to him, the planned declaration is more of a verdict of failure on the part of the federal government to provide security rather than the failure of Anambra state government, the statement said. The situation in the southeast, including Anambra, however, poses a big challenge to the people of the area to be determined in calling those perpetrating the killings and economic sabotage to order. The elders in the area owe themselves and their people that responsibility. If they did this, there would be no excuse for the federal government to declare a state of emergency. Besides, Afenifere noted that the Attorney General of the Federation's threat of emergency declaration amounted to hypocrisy because no state of emergency had been announced in states like Borno, Zamfara, Katsina, Kaduna, Benue Plateau, and Niger, where even sanctions of local government where even sections of local governments are under the control of bandits, as announced by the state governor. Afenifere reiterated that due to the current situation, the state government could be administratively allowed to establish state police forces, while a quick amendment is made to relevant sections of the constitution to that effect. At the moment, state governments fund police commands in their state just as police commissioners in the state are member of the State Security Council. Yet, the governor has no power to give an order to the state police commissioner, as the latter only takes order from the Inspector General of Police or his lieutenants and not the governor. Thus, if anyone is to blame for security lapses in various parts of the country, it should be the federal government. Admittedly, the states ought to devise means to ensure the security of their people. But with the current structure of security institutions in the country, all the state government can do would be supplementary to whatever the federal government does, Ajayi added. So again, a window of opportunity for restructuring right there. Malami's state of emergency threat confirms Southeast violence sponsored. Anambra state government speaks to now what is being speculated upon their state. The Anambra state government has condemned President Muhammadu Buhari's regime's move to impose a state of emergency in the state ahead of its November the 6th gubernatorial elections, pointing out that the threat confirms ongoing violence in Anambra is sponsored. We remain the only state in the whole country that, for the past 7 years, has not experienced one single bank robbery, said the Anambra Commissioner for Information done at the NUBA, arguing that Mr. Malami's threat was a confirmation that recent violence in the state was politically motivated. What is going on is politically motivated, and the declaration by the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation is a confirmation, Mr. Adenuba argued during a program on Channels Television. The Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, had issued a threat shortly after the Federal Executive Council meeting on Wednesday. Mr. Malami said, "No possibility is outruled by a government in terms of ensuring the sanctity of our democratic order, in terms of ensuring that our elections in Anambra hold." The minister added, so it goes on to bear with me. Okay, so it goes on to pretty much repeat what I'd said, but let me pick it up from this paragraph. Since the renewed violence in Anambra State, which we believe is politically motivated, not more than 15 persons have been killed. How many people have died in Borno, Niger, Kaduna, which is APC controlled, Ebonyi, which is APC controlled, added Mr. Adi Nuba. Specifically mentioning Borno, Niger, Yobe, and Zamfara battling worsening insecurity, the commissioner wondered why Mr. Buhari's regime did not declare a state of emergency in the northern region. Has anybody threatened emergency rule in any of these states? For the past 7 years, Anambra has remained the safest and most stable in Nigeria, Mr. Adenuba noted. Nigerians are outraged by the threat by the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami. Similarly, the People's Democratic Party PDP and the human rights activist Femi Falana faulted the move, describing it as illegal. Mr. Falana maintained that Mr. Buhari's regime has just realized that the deployment of troops without the declaration of emergency rule in many states of the Federation is illegal and unconstitutional, faulting the president for not seeking approval from the National Assembly. The threat issued by the Attorney General of the Federation is an attempt to return to constitutionalism with respect to the imposition of emergency rule in Anambra State and other states in the Northwest, Northeast, and Southeast regions, where the federal government is waging a full-scale war against terrorists and so-called gunmen, he said in a statement. So there you are. Falana speaks to the law of it. So now this is a narrative from the left field. So we read it first and then we see what we're making of it. Buhari plans removal of Attorney General Malami, 14 other ministers. President Muhammadu Buhari has finalized plans to sack at least 15 members of his cabinet, including the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami, before the end of 2021, correspondents gather. A top source in government, however, told correspondents that Malami has begun moves to truncate the plans. The chief law officer of the country was said to have met with top members of the Aso Rock cabal to prevail on the president not to sack him. President Buhari is planning to sack 15 ministers, with Malami topping the list. Someone gave him the hint and he has started fighting back so bad he doesn't want to be sacked. Moreover, he is enjoying the support of a lot of corrupt politicians, including senior members of the cabal, because he's assisting them to sabotage corruption cases, a presidential source said. Buhari had on September the 1st sacked Saleh Maman, the Minister of Power, and Sabo Nanono, the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development. The president, in a statement after their sacking, said changes in the cabinet will be a continuous process. 2 years and some months into the second term, the tradition of subjecting our projects and program implementations to independent and critical self-review has taken firm root through sector reportings, during cabinet meetings, and at retreats. The statement signed by Femi Adesina reads, These significant review steps have helped to identify and strengthen weak areas, close gaps, build cohesion and synergy in governance, and manage the economy and improve the delivery of public goods to Nigerians. I must commend this cabinet for demonstrating unparalleled resilience that helped the government to navigate the disruption to global systems and governance occasioned by the emergence of C-19 shortly after its inauguration. So on and on it goes. Okay. I'm just skimming through to where it. Okay, let me pick it up from here. Correspondents had, in a series of detailed investigations, exposed how Malami acquired several properties whose value run into billions of naira since becoming appointed by Buhari. For example, the AGF has an underground hotel in Sokoto, 3 houses at Peace Estate, Abuja, a brand new state-of-the-art school in Kebbi, 2 houses for his sons worth 100 million naira each, and a new hotel under construction in the Jabi area of Abuja. Mr. Malami also bought a house in 2020 worth 150 million in the Gwarimpa area of Abuja, a newly constructed school located. So on and on it goes. I think nobody needs any introduction to Malami's corruption. By far and a clear distance, the most corrupt person in the Buhari administration. And that is saying something. Where Nigeria's president comes from in 2023, not important. Abubakar Malami speaks. Not Abubakar Malami, Atiku Abubakar speaks. Former Vice President and the 2019 presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar has disclosed that the president in 2023 can come from any part of the country. There have been talks and controversies, particularly amongst the governors as to the region that should produce the president in 2023 and succeed President Muhammadu Buhari. The Southern Governors Forum had warned that the southern region should be allowed to produce the president, threatening that it would never support any northern candidate for the 2023 polls. The Northern Governors Forum days later had met and replied their southern counterparts that zoning was not only unconstitutional but undemocratic. The NGF had insisted that it would not be coerced into giving up the 2023 presidency to the southern region. Meanwhile, Atiku is one of the northern bigwigs who might likely contest for the presidency. Speaking on Thursday at the National Executive Committee meeting of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) in Abuja, Atiku said the geopolitical zone of the president is not the solution to the problems of the country. The People's Democratic Party (PDP) has the right to determine its rules and how the party should be governed. The people of Nigeria also have the rights to determine who governs them. Where the president comes from has never been the problem of Nigeria. I can cite examples. Neither will be the solution. There is no such thing as a president from southern Nigeria or a president from northern Nigeria. There is only one, a president from Nigeria, for Nigeria, and by Nigerians. Talking about inclusion, I would like to see a new constitutional working committee of our party that has sizable numbers of youths and women. The decision of the NEC today will either see us PDP in the villa in 2023 or not. Since the inception, this party has faced serious challenges and has risen above sentiments to solve those challenges and move forward. The NEC is currently in closed door meeting to discuss the resolution of the zoning committee, among other issues, ahead of the party's national convention on October the 30th. So there we are. Tick tock, the clock ticks down. Just in 3 weeks' time or so, we should know clearer what we're playing with, at least with regards to the PDP. We will keep borrowing trillions in Nigerians' interest. Buhari's minister speaks. President Muhammadu Buhari's regime says its constant reliance on loans is within healthy limits amidst plans to borrow to finance the 6.258 trillion deficit in the proposed 2022 budget, insisting it will keep borrowing because it is in Nigerians' interest. Government has been borrowing before this administration and continue to borrow, and it is important that we borrow to provide developmental projects in forms of roads, rails, bridges, power, and water for sustainable development in the country, said the Finance Minister Zainab Ahmed at a press conference. Ms. Ahmed further noted that if we just depend on the revenues we get, even though our revenues has increased, the operational expenditure of the government, including salaries and other overhead, is barely covered or swallowed up by the revenue. She commented, her comment came just as the Federal Executive Committee approved the 16.39 trillion for the 2022 appropriation. Ms. Ahmed admitted that the borrowing have been of great concern, but insisted that Mr. Buhari's appetite for borrowing is healthy. The country's major opposition party PDP, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, and other prominent figures have censored Mr. Buhari's penchant for taking loans to run the country. But Ms. Ahmed justified the borrowing, saying it had been in existence before the regime and that the total borrowing was 23% of the GDP as of July. The minister argued that Nigeria's borrowing was the lowest compared to other countries. As of July 2021, the total borrowing is 23% of GDP. When you compare our borrowing to other countries, we are the lowest within the region. Lowest compared to Egypt, South Africa, Brazil, Mexico, the very lowest, and Angola, she argued. However, she admitted, we do have a problem with revenue. Our revenue have been increasing. We just reported to the council that our revenue from non-oil have performed as of July at the rate of 111%, which means outperforming the prorated budget. Mr. Buhari had previously vowed to go to jail for borrowing. Last month, the president sent a fresh round of requests to the National Assembly seeking permission to borrow another $4 billion. A report by the Nigerian Domestic and Foreign Debt Report, published this year by the National Bureau of Statistics, estimated that the country's total public debt as of September 2020 was 32 trillion naira, which is approximately $84 billion. So there you are. The country will be completely and totally emptied, by the time these people live there. Absolutely guaranteed, they'll probably borrow some more, even in their final year. Okay, let me bring you now this as a final story. Then I'll come into the room to see if there's anybody there to take on the talking points. 2023, Nigerians won't trust Igbo with power until Biafra agitation stops, says APC chieftain Igbokwe. All Progressive Congress chieftain Joe Igbokwe says Nigerians won't trust Igbo with power in 2023 presidential election until Biafra agitation stops. According to him, nobody is going to vote for people who would use the same position to divide Nigeria. Igbokwe, who is an aide to Lagos Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, stated this on Thursday. He said the Southeast geopolitical zone has indeed suffered injustices, adding that in everything we share in this country, we get the least. He, therefore, urged the President, Major General Muhammadu Buhari, retired, to facilitate the creation of one more state, to make states in the Southeast 6 like other geopolitical zones in Nigeria. States currently in the zone are Anambra, Imo, Enugu, Abia, and Ebonyi. Speaking on a live program, the politician, however, noted that despite the injustices, violent agitations and killings were not the way to press for justice, equity, and fairness. Igbokwe lambasted members of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra and other secessionists in the southeast geopolitical zone, saying they are going about their agitation in the wrong manner. He alleged that IPOB members are supporters of the People's Democratic Party, adding that the secessionists began agitation to leave Nigeria, the Nigerian entity, after the PDP lost the 2015 election. The party stalwart said that only the PDP is currently campaigning in Anambra ahead of the November the 6th governorship poll, while other parties are allegedly being attacked. He knocked Igbo leaders who are thirsty for the zone to produce a president in 2023, saying they should wake up and do the politicking and make friends with other 5 geopolitical zones to achieve their goal. So there you are. So essentially, that is essentially the theme of it. And I'll just bring you the last headline. Chiwetalu Agu was arrested for soliciting support for IPOB. The Nigerian army making that headline, apparently this guy was flogged, for wearing an IPOB vest. So flogged for wearing an IPOB vest. Ovie, I see you. Ajanle Koko, I see you. Ovie, are you there? Ovie has fallen asleep again.
I am here, but I don't think my connection is there. Can you
Okay,
hear me?
no, I can't hear you. Let me go on to
Can
Ajale
you hear
Koko
me?
then. I can hear you, but let me go on to Ajale Koko. If you suspect that you'll be
Yeah,
dipping
go on
in
to
and out.
somebody else. I will. Yeah,
Yeah, let me go on to Ajale
go
Koko
on to
and then
somewhere else. I have to.
hopefully.
I will go and come back.
Oh, all right, thank you. Okay, so
I will
to
leave
you
and come
then.
back.
Oh, all right, thank you, Ovie. So to you then, Ajale Koko.
I will join you. I will join you shortly. I will join
No,
you shortly.
thank you. So to you then, Ajande Koko. So now the developments in the eastern quarters, I mean, alarming and shocking. Anambra state of emergency. What are you making of it? Abubakar Malami again, he opens his mouth and kata kata burst. What are you making? Emergency rule in the eastern quarters.
It's unfortunate that a man that is the person in charge of the law of the country is speaking in a term that is unconstitutional. This guy, Malami, what, I mean, I don't get it sometimes, man. This guy, every time that he speaks, what comes out from his mouth is always a language of illegality. Every action that he takes, always illegal. And that is why we see that people that have sued federal government for one reason or the other, they all federal government never win any case in this present administration. I've never won any case. Every person that have taken them to court has always defeated them. They defeated them. Shewere defeated them. Ogbowa just defeated them, and they award 20 billion to Igbowo for their illegal attack on his house. And now he's saying that the federal government is considering to impose state of emergency on Enugu. I mean, it's just shameful. And if you look at his body language when he was speaking, you can see that kind of you will see it clearly that he was talking with you can see that trait of autocratic tendency in him as he speak, his body language and the tone at which he speak. You see, this kind of person to be in charge of law of the country is very, very dangerous. And that is the most damaging that this administration has done for that country. Putting people with questionable character in sensitive position in that country. The same thing with Malami. I mean, the same thing with the guy in charge of communication or telecommunication.
We're losing you somewhat, Ajanle Koko.
Give me 1 minute. Let me check my mic.
Oh, okay. Let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat whilst Ajanle Koko is sorting out our technical issues. So Alexander speaks. He says, it was an absolute pleasure and a joy talking earlier with Ajanle Koko, a typical happy-go-lucky Lagosian. The world needs more people like him. Splendid. So it looks as though contact has been made between Ajanle Koko and Alexander, and he seemed to particularly enjoy that. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. So are you ready now, Ajanle Koko?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, now that's better. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. So for this man to be in charge of the law of that country, a man that every action that he has taken so far while in that office, represent illegality. So he is telling us again that they want to go to, they might impose a state of emergency on Anambra State because of the incident that is going on in Anambra. Is sending a very bad signal. A very bad signal to the whole world about Nigeria. These people doesn't understand that the whole world, the world is we are in a global village where every action, everything that is going on in every country of the world, the news spread within a minute. Everybody around the world will hear it. And all ambassador, every country's ambassadors in that country will send the message right immediately to their homeland about what is going on in Nigeria. These people does not fit to run that country. And that is why they are taking that country down every day in and out. They are taking that country down. And what is said, as illegal as it is, the president does not have that power to impose state of emergency on any state. The president does not have that power. The Constitution does not give the president that power. Before a president can do that, he must get he must get an approval from the state government that, look, we have lost everything in that state. We don't have no control of that state. Then the state government will request for state of emergency. That is what the Constitution states. And before the governor even sent that request to the federal government, the state assembly of that particular state would have passed a bill with 2/3 majority that they want a state of emergency in that state, and passing that bill to the government, to the state governor, and upon that, the state governor will act by sending message and by sending a request. So without state government request, government can solely act by putting a state of emergency on a state.
That is along the lines of That is along the lines of what Afenifere was arguing in defense of Anambra State, Ajanle Koko. They are saying, even the government coming out to say that they want to impose a state of emergency is an indictment on the government itself. Because, of course, the security of Anambra State or any state in Nigeria does not ultimately lie with the state governor, because of course they only have a limited control of their security apparatus. So if the state of emergency that they are looking is an indictment, because Abubakar Malami was saying that if the state are showing that they lack the capacity to secure the space, then they will declare a state of emergency. But then the state does not have the capacity. That is the thing. Yet another argument for state police.
You're right. You see, the federal government have not taken no action against northern states that have been ravaged by terrorist activity and banditry. They are in control of so many local governments in so many states, including the state of the president. Banditry are in control. They didn't impose any state of emergency. I mean, they have killed a lot of people in the state, in the northern states, several northern states, no state of emergency imposed. Even in the state of Malami that is talking about, in one day, they killed about 87 people in that state. He never act or speak in a public speak that they will impose state of emergency on his whole state that it came from. And coming to look at the situation in Anambra State, the situation have not worsened to a state where we can declare it can declare the situation as disaster. No. The only problem they have there is just only on Monday that IPOB ordered that people should stay at home. And people that does not stay at home are the people that were attacked, that often attacked by this faceless organization that is killing and attacking people. The rest of the week, people come out and run their business. Schools are open. Children go to schools. Bank open. Organization, people, this is wrong.
How do you run an election under a state of emergency is what I don't understand. Because that will heavily restrict movement, I'm assuming. What even does a state of emergency mean?
What did you say, one man?
I said, how do you run an election under a state of emergency is what I don't understand, because there will be heavy restrictions on movement. And then I went on to speculate that what does a state of emergency actually even mean?
State of emergency, it will bring chaos, because that means they are sacking the people that are in control of the state. The elected representative will be sacked, the governor will be sacked. So we have administrator running the state like a military governor. Him with some few people that he wants to run the state, and they just run the state the way they like. So the elected people will be officially, kick out of their position of authority. So that's what it means. So, but this situation in Anambra State have not gotten to a situation where that is not that under control. They can still control it. All they need to do is to engage with the people, look for their people that are attacking people on Monday, stay at home. They know them.
They are citing the example that Obasanjo did it in Plateau and Ekiti. So they are saying, the situation in Anambra is worse. than the circumstances as at that time. That is Lai Mohammed's argument.
Lai Mohammed is a spreader of misinformation. He lied. That man is a big liar. Yes, Obasanjo did it. It was illegal. What Obasanjo did then was illegal. And what happened back then in I could remember the one for Plateau State. I think there was some killing among tribes. There was one tribe and another tribe that were engaging in killing of each other. I cannot really vividly remember, but I can remember that there was killing, heavy killing. And Obasanjo,
it was a Muslim Christian killing.
Yes, Muslim Christian. Thank you. So they were killing each other. It was very bad, and the state governor could not have control over it. The police cannot control it. Then Obasanjo set in, sent military there. He sacked the military. The elected governor, and that governor was a governor of PDP. He was a PDP governor, and Obasanjo was a PDP president. He sacked him. He put administrator there, and he put the situation under control. However, he was able to achieve that peace there, but it was illegal. What Obasanjo did there was illegal. We cannot continue to run our country in an illegal manner. We cannot say because Obasanjo did it then, and then that gave them the authority to do the same now. No. So you can see the way they're speaking. Malami spoke. This man, this Babalaya, he came to defend him, and that tells me that they are having plan to do that state of emergency thing, and that is not going to help the situation. It's going to escalate the situation because the people will resist it. These guys that are faceless, attacking people, will come out in full force with other, because it's going to be perceived that yes, we see this criminal administration is doing everything to control their state by force, by fire, by force. That is because it didn't do that in the north, but they want to do it in the east, and there will be resistance. And the situation will escalate. Even the situation in Ebonyi State is worse than this of Anambra. But because Ebonyi is an APC state now, the governor has just moved for APC. They are not talking about Ebonyi. It's worse. The killing in Ebonyi is worse.
What do you think underpins him wanting to making this comment? What do you think is behind this?
You mean for Abubakar and Malami?
Yes, or the government even. What do you think is behind this threat to do a state of emergency?
Well, we could read we can interpret it in so many ways. Number one, maybe they're trying to grab that state and give it to APC. So they want to manipulate the election. Election is coming. They know their party is not fully on the ground. They want to manipulate. When there is crisis there, it can be very easy for them to manipulate the election process and declare their man the winner. And that is number one. Number two is that they just don't understand, and they just don't want to dialogue. Being their style, not to dialogue. Their style is not to dialogue. They don't govern, they rule. So the other option is that let's just go there and speak to them in the language that we understand. Let's go and rattle them there. That is the other option. That we are taking this IPOB is getting too. I mean, they are getting too much publicity. They are more in control of that space than us. Let us go and show our power over them and show to the rest of the eastern space that we don't want them to. We can easily if we crush Enugu, we can send a message to others that is the way we're going to crush them.
Ajale Koko, they are arguing a constitutional crisis that the way things are going in that space, there's a good possibility, and especially IPOB, they are looking to prevent elections taking place. So they are arguing that the sitting governor now, Obiano, he cannot be in situation a minute more than his 4-year term. So if that governor, if his tenure lapses, and there is no election that is valid that has taken place to elect a replacement, then that then leaves a constitutional crisis. So that's one of the arguments that they are putting forward as justification for this position they are adopting.
One man.
I think
One man. Can I say something quickly?
Can I
say something before you move on?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I think I listened to one a lawyer that was interviewed. He said even in the case of if it becomes that election cannot be held, will not be held, that I think the constitution empowers the president to elongate the governor's tenure, maybe by 90 days more for the election. I think that's what it says, the constitution says. But I've not really seen that. I don't know if anybody on here has that, but that's what he said. He said the president can elongate his tenure beyond his dates. That's what I had. So.
All right. So it looks as though there's a way around that, Ajanle Koko. But Ajanle Koko, just a lot of people now coming in to speak to that space. The governor of that space is saying that this showing of her hand that we are seeing from Abubakar Malami now points then in the direction of the people that are sponsoring insecurity within that state, because this seems to be playing into the hand of a greater plan he is suggesting. And the Afenifere, of course, terming this as essentially a failure of the government, that they have indicted themselves, indicating that they are not able to secure that space. So to the reactions to Malami's comment.
You see, what Rational Man said in regard to if it comes to a situation where election cannot be conducted, then the terms of office of the governor will be extended by 90 days. That is actually true. That is what is going to happen. And as long as they cannot, they can't get election done, so the governor will continue for another 90 days, and within that 90 days, they will look for a better situation when to get election conducted. So, but for Malami's speech of illegality, you see, I don't know what this administration is trying to achieve by trying to pursue this state of emergency order. I don't think it's going to be easy for them if they want to pursue that route. I think it's going to be very, very difficult. In the first place, is the federal government that failed. The state government does not have, they are not in control of the security of their state. They are not in the control of the police. They are not in control They just call them on paper chief security officer. They are just security officer on paper, but they cannot give order to the commissioner of police. If they tell commissioner of police, this is what I want you to do, the commissioner of police will consult with the inspector general of police. If inspector general of police said, no, we cannot do it like that, the commissioner of police will follow the instruction of inspector general. So it's the federal government that failed in entirety to guarantee security in that state, as well as in other states of the federation. You see, this administration, when they fail in their own responsibility, instead of accepting that they failed, they want to blame other people for their own failure. It's their own failure, but they want to blame other people for it. The same thing they did in Igogon. You can hear the president in his speech when he spoke with the Arise News. He confirmed that 2 governors came to me and asked for help on security, that he sent them back. When the governor does not have the power they are not empowered by the Constitution to control the security space. They are not empowered by the Constitution, but the president of the country. So it's their own failure. They fail to secure that state. They fail to secure Nigeria. They fail in entirety, and they want to blame others. The security, the police force, if not for the state government that help the Nigerian police in each state of the federation, if not for the state government that fund the police force logistically, buying them patrol van, building and putting in place a structure for their police posts or police around the state. The federal government is not doing anything. If the state government, left everything alone for the federal government, the security will have collapsed in Nigeria for a long time. All this, everything will have collapsed completely. But it's the state government that fund the logistics. Only salary that the state government does not pay the police. But when it comes to the maintenance of their station, everything, vehicles, patrol, fueling of their vehicle, and everything is done by the state and some other philanthropists like Dangote that was buying vehicle for them here and there as well. So we have a government that is not responsible, that does not care about the security of the people, does not care about the security of property, does not care about, defending the integrity, defending the territorial integrity of the country.
All right. Ajan Lekoko, still staying with Abubakar Malami. This one somewhat speculative, but then of course, in the fullness of time, we'll see just what veracity this story has. But what this story is suggesting is that Buhari looking to reshuffle his cabinet again, this time taking down Abubakar Malami and 14 others. This, they are telling us, is going to happen before the end of this year. So what are you then making then? The end of this year, of course, another 2 months and a bit. So what are you then making then of this thing? Now, they say he's scrambling frantically just to hold on to his position. So what do you make of this speculation that Abubakar Malami to be shuffled out of his position? And how do you think this will impact him in terms of just how corrupt he is? So that's story, Ajan Lekoko.
Who cares? What impact is he going to do if you reshuffle all the cabinet? what positive impact have they made in the life of the people in that country, or the transformation of that country in general? What impact has this government made in the transformation of Nigeria and transformation of the people? It doesn't matter if he change them. Who is he going to replace them with? It brings the same people like Malami or some other people. That is the same. I mean, people that do not fit any purpose that is going to replace with them. So what impact is that going to make for in the life of the people? He came into the government. I mean, dollar exchange for about 180 or 200. Now dollar exchange with naira for about 570 or 580. Pounds is like almost 800. The price of commodity has skyrocketed to heaven. I mean, life is I mean, it's so unpredictable. Economy is crashing. Every day, foreign investors are pulling out of the country. No foreign investor coming in. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. Whoever that, if they like, they change all of them, everybody, and put them. Who is he going to replace them with? Is he going to replace them with? For 6 years, it's been there. We have not seen anything good. So what are we going to see different in just less than 2 years that it remains for him to pack and go?
And to the space, Buhari promises that, or should we say threatens, that he will continue to borrow till he drops dead in that space, or until his last breath, essentially, metaphorically speaking, that will continue to mortgage the country's future forever, for as long as he's called Mr. President. The debt now stands at $84.57 billion. So a lot of that, of course, because I think it was roughly about no more than 14 billion just when this guy came in. So a lot of that debt are essentially under this guy's administration. But what impact have you seen of this heavy borrowing? And what are you making of this threat now by the Aboki in Aso Rock that he will he will ruin the country before he leaves? So a threat of ruination of Nigeria by Malam Buhari. What says you?
Yeah, it's already ruined the country. It's just to kill the country. That the next step is just to kill the country completely. In that statement, in the statement of the Minister of Finance, he said they don't have enough revenue to run the budget. And therefore, the borrowing they are borrowing to run the budget, to fund the budget. That is what he said in that report that you read. So that tells us that Nigeria is using about 98% of our revenue in servicing debt. It is servicing, not repayment. Servicing. And servicing means that you are not paying, and while you are not paying, your balance will continue to attract fee, your balance will continue to grow. So every day, every month, every year that we are servicing our debt indebtedness continue to grow. So
it's almost unbelievable, Ajanle Koko, because like you said, the Nigerian budget traditionally, especially under Buhari, a lot of it recurring expenditures rather than capital spend, at least 80% of that budget. So salary, servicing loans, etc. So they have a loan, and to repay that loan or to even service it, servicing means essentially paying interest on the loan. So to pay the interest on the loan, you go and take another loan to pay the interest on that loan. So the loan that you have now taken now sits on top of that loan that you are. Then you do that here. I mean, what is this Fulani style? What is going on there? I mean, it's almost even though I know that and I'm not an economist or a banker. I mean, it's quite a thing, unbelievable.
Woman, I told you this is not just it's not. He has not only mortgaged that country. He is about to kill that country. Kill it completely. Servicing debt is as good using good money and throw it in the garbage. That is what it means. They're just throwing the earning, the revenue of the country, they just throw it away. The revenue that will have been used for the development of the country, they are just throwing away. And they are borrowing to run the country. They are borrowing for the current to pay salary of politicians. I mean, it's alarming. You see, Nigerian people, Nigerians as people have problem too. They don't know that these people are killing, they are killing their future. They are killing the future of that country in such a way that the country will not have no future for them. They own that country, but the people that own that country are not standing up for their country, and they allow this politician to continue to destroy that country. And when they destroy it and kill that country, it's the people that will suffer it most. The people will suffer it in such a big way, and there's going to be chaos, there's going to be calamity, there's going to be breakdown. Completely. A serious breakdown is awaiting that country. Because number one problem that we're going to face, as the way it's going now, they're going to run into a problem. It's going to get to a point where they won't be able to pay workers. The federal government by itself won't be able to pay workers. And among the workers of the federal government are the police. Among them are the security personnel in military, in Navy, in entire military rather. And then federal civil servant. So when they are not capable of paying those, what is going to happen to the state? The monthly subvention, the monthly allocation they give the state, they won't be able to give them anymore. Or maybe if they are giving them, it's going to come down very low to like 10% of what they are getting now. So in the state like Katsina State like Taraba and most of the state in the north that does not have an economy now that is generating revenue for them, what is going to happen to them? They're going to collapse like a piece of card. They're going to collapse. And when they collapse, disaster will prevail. Calamity will prevail.
I was
and
going
it
to
will
ask.
ravage the country entirely.
I was going to ask if we've ever seen a country declared bankrupt, but I think we've had it with Bangladesh. So maybe
it happened in Argentina too.
Yes. So maybe
people will just wake up one day and boom, the country is bankrupt, and there's nothing. People, money will just turn to paper.
Yes, it's getting there. We are complaining that we are changing naira to what, $600-700. Come back in 2023 when you are changing it to $2,000. When it's 2,000 naira to a dollar. We joke all the time that we're heading towards Zimbabwe money, but we are heading towards Zimbabwe money at record speed. When you are borrowing to service loans, loans that you have not used for anything that would generate wealth.
Nothing.
It's unbelievable, but that is the situation we find ourselves in. But rescue mission, Ajanle Koko, Atiku Abubakar is saying that where Nigeria's president comes from in 2023 is not important. Because of course he would say that because of course the agitation is for a southern president and his ambition is northern. So Atiku speaks to the space, Ajanle Koko.
You see, Atiku statement is political statement. That is the way a politician will speak. He cannot say that, oh, it's the turn for the South or it's the turn for the North. He cannot say it like that. So what he said is a way, is the traditional way that politicians speak. And then within their circle, they can sit down and argue it among themselves and then arrive at a conclusion which they feel that is good for their party. So, but as a leader of the party, with supporter in the North, with supporter in the South, he has to remain at the middle. He has to be balanced in his speech and statement concerning this position of presidency. It cannot say yes, the turn for the South or the turn for the North.
Ajanle Koko, do you think the PDP have boxed themselves into somewhat of a quagmire? So the agitation in the South, from all cross-party agitation, is for power to transit to the South. So that's already in play. So their working committee has now come back with a return that power should transit to the South. So if their National Executive Committee then reverses all of that and goes against the southern states, how would that play in terms of politics for them? So have they boxed themselves into a corner, essentially, leaving no choice but to have that southern candidate, irrespective of what Atiku has to say?
You see, the way I think it's going to play out is this. You see, in PDP, the Easterner have a strong base in PDP. The Easterner can fight their ambition for the position of president in PDP, for that position to come to the South. While in APC, the West have a strong base in APC. So the West, I believe, have that strength.
Would that not be the most delicious fight, Ajanle Koko? East versus West, Yoruba versus Igbo, Yoruba PDP, Yoruba PDP, APC, APC, Igbo PDP. That is a fight. That would be the fight of the century, will it not?
Well, that's going to be a fight of the century. So, APC have, the West have, in the South, the West is their base in APC, while in PDP, East is their base. So both parties now have to go and fight it out within their party.
But
APC,
when people have this notion that APC, that the West is the base, I tend to, it's still 50-50 the way I look at it, because in the last election you saw that the Atiku had almost a 50-50 vote with Buhari in the West.
That's right. No, what I'm saying here is that, if we want to look at it on the party line, you see, on the party line, in APC, the power of APC in the South, in the entire South, is in the West, right? While the power of PDP in the entire South is split between the South and the Southeast. So, but South have had the presidency before in the name of Jonathan. Southeast have not had it. So the Igbo have to stand up in PDP and go and fight to bring that position to the South. And the APC have to go and fight hard. I mean, and the West, rather, Yoruba have to go and fight hard within the APC to bring that position to the West. So what I see here is that the Igbos have a lot. If they really want that president, if Igbo people want that presidency to shift to the South, it can only shift to the South via PDP. That is only where they have the strength, where they can fight it out, is only in PDP. They cannot get it done. They are weak. Igbos are weak in APC. So the Igbo should forget it in APC. They can't get it in APC because Yoruba will dominate them there. Yoruba have that strength. They control 5 of the 6 states. APC control 5 of the 6 states in the West. And you know, Bola Tinubu is the national leader. Is strong in the party as well. So the Igbo now clamoring for this thing to come to them, they have to go and slug it out well in PDP. They cannot get it from APC. So for both of us, for all of us in the South now, people, we should go and fight it out in that different party. Yoruba should go and fight it out in their APC, and Igbo should fight it out in PDP. All just we want is that we want that thing to come to the South. So if we now have both parties presenting their candidate from the West, from the South, that would be very interesting.
That would be the most interesting of positions, Ajanle Koko, if they had a Southeast candidate in the PDP and a Southwest candidate in the APC. So that PDP Southeast candidate, he already addresses a lot of issues. He addresses the issue of marginalization. He addresses the issue of lack of opportunity. He addresses the issue of not being allowed to participate. So if PDP puts an Igbo man forward, then it is then left for the Igbos to then convince the nation to elect him. If the Southwest in APC put a Yoruba forward, if that Igbo man gets defeated, there is no argument left anymore from the East, because you've had now that opportunity and you did not quite scale it. So there's no, you can't say anything anymore if you had it.
Yes, that is our governors from the South, from the entire South. That is the job, the responsibility they have before them now, to go and lobby within their party to make sure that that position is, they bring that position back. They bring it to the South, and then, at their different party, then they can promote Southern candidates, and it will be the rest of the nation now to decide where they want to go. So that's the way I see it. The Southerner, Southern governor coming together should keep it up. That's the way they can put the pressure. And the Southern leaders in Yoruba land, in Igbo land, in South, everybody should keep clamoring for that thing to come to the South. So they should go and fight it out in their party, in their different party. All we want is that let it come South here. When it comes South here, then the rest of the nation, we now take whoever that the rest of the nation believe in, they will vote for that candidate, and nobody will say we are marginalized or this and that. So and that will bring down this tense situation a little bit. If the two parties can present certain candidate, that will give sense of belonging. People say, okay, some people will still say no. IPOB will still say no because they don't believe in Nigeria. People that doesn't believe in Nigeria and Yoruba nation will still say no. But most of our people, or some of our people, that could still, some of our people could still feel, well, let us try it again.
You said IPOB will still say no. But just this now, somewhat controversial question. Do you think that IPOB, they're just too wrapped up in just the agitation in itself and the violence over and above everything else? Do you think they are just enjoying that agitation too much, even over and above what they state that their demands are? Do you think they're just luxuriating in just be acting wild in the manner that they do?
I won't want to say that they cannot change their position. You see, engagement matters. When you engage with opposition or people that have a different ideology from yours, when both of you meet, engage, then you can put before each other your proposal, and each side should be ready to yield something for each other. You understand what I'm saying? So IPOB, they have what they're fighting for. The politicians have what they're fighting for. They want to keep Nigeria one. IPOB said, well, because of injustice in Nigeria, we don't believe in Nigeria again. So what does IPOB want? They have to present it before the pro-Nigerian team. What is most important is, let us sit down first and let's talk. Let us dialogue. Dialogue is number one. Dialogue move from one stage to the other. But when we don't dialogue with them, then there's not going to be peace. You cannot force your interest, your own interest, the interest of the ruling class. You cannot force this on people. In democracy, it is not possible. It doesn't work like that. You have to engage with the people. You have to talk with the people. You have to dialogue with the people to get results, to get peace. But for the ruling class to think that they are like military and they just want to impose their own will on the people, voice of dissent does not matter. No, in democracy it won't work. There's going to be great pushback, and it's because they've not made effort from day one to engage them. Look at what Yaradua did with South Avengers. They sat with them. They dialogue with them. They talk with them for so many months. And they're able to achieve peace in the South. When the Avenger trouble was at the highest point, highest level, Nigerian oil production per day went as far low as 400,000 or 500,000 from 2 million plus, or almost 2 million barrel per day. We went down to like 400 or 500,000 when the Avengers problem was at the highest stage. But when they dialogue and negotiate and they agree on so many things, then the procession pick up again.
Oh, okay.
And the situation stabilize in that quarters. So it's more than this fight is more than IPOB. It's the entire Igbo people. They are looking at it as if it's IPOB. It's more than IPOB. Look, Igbos outside Igbo land, they are different people entirely. They are Igbo, but their interest is different. But the Igbos living in that place we call Igbo land, they are fighting. They are all committed to this fight. And that is what Nigerian government have not recognized. And they by now, they're supposed to have, seen it clearly that these people in Igbo land, they are committed to this fight. And that is why the governors are calling them, go to work, don't stay at home. They don't listen. They don't listen. They listen to IPOB. So it's more than IPOB. It's the people over there that are engaged in this fight. They are fighting it, and they are courageous fighting that fight. And there's no backing down. The government must recognize that if we don't get IPOB into negotiation, there's not going to be peace in that place. So that's my thought on that.
All right. Thank you, Ajan Lekoko. Always a delight. Always with so much passion as well. So thank you. Stay with us just for as long as you can as we welcome DJ to the platform. So DJ, are you still with us? Hello. DJ. So if you speak now, then we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes. Good to meet you, DJ.
I'm always here. This is Dan Juman, Dan.
Dan, it's you that is coming under a fake name. Eh? What are you doing?
No, DJ is a short pronunciation. Yeah.
For
short pronunciation. Yeah, Dan Juma, which is DJ.
All right, good to have you back then, Danjuma. So to the talking points then, they are looking to declare a state of emergency in Anambra State. So what are your thoughts on that, state of emergency in Anambra State?
Well, I didn't support that state of emergency in Anambra State because for me, if it Malami or BUHARI, he love is so dearly. I believe that he should love his own people first because Katsina is on seed now with bandit and some other people. Why can't he declare state of emergency from his own town? Now he's thinking that he want to help the East. So if he declare it from his own state, then we will know, okay, then we declare it there too. Because from now, I don't believe that this state of emergency is a good something from the East. I think when they go there, they want to go and commit havoc there because everyone know about what they want to do. I don't support that. Seriously.
Because the state of emergency, Danjuma, is essentially suspending constitutional rights. So the state of emergency, it suspends your rights and your freedoms as guaranteed under a constitution.
Exactly.
And then it reverts to essentially martial rules. So kill and go. So kill and go.
Yeah, because there is a man. I think there is one lawyer this morning for politics. I think for Channel Television that he was saying. He said if they should declare state of emergency in the East, in Anambra State, meaning there is no need for election because you can't do free and fair election when state of emergency is there. So it's not really, that means definitely when state of emergency occur in Anambra State, definitely they don't need to do do the election next month, which is on the 6th.
You know they don't need to do. For reasons of national security, BUHARI can constitutionally sack the governor of that state and put a military administrator there. And if he does that, then almost certainly a Fulani man. So a Fulani man, then military administrator of Anambra State. This seems to be the journey there.
Yeah, of course. But he don't have that power to put any other tribe in that state. Because there is this man that this lawyer was saying that this morning, he said, Nigeria Constitution said, even including the president of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, if Nigeria citizens said they don't want them to do election, and maybe finally, when the time comes, 2023, and they didn't do election, Buhari is allowed to stay for extra 3 months after 3 months, Buhari must leave the seat. So if Buhari, the same law apply to state governors. So if they did do the election, he's entitled to stay there for 3 months. But even though when the 3 months is expire and he want to...
Sorry, Danjuma, I have to interrupt you for a minute, please.
Okay.
So, I don't know which section of the Constitution the lawyer was referring to, but in a case where the mandate of a sitting governor elapsed and there is no substantive governor through an election, what the Nigerian Constitution envisaged is that the State House of Assembly, the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, take over within a period of 90 days, pending the outcome of an election that would institute a new governor. But if that 90 days elapses without a governor and the speaker can no longer continue as speaker, that's when the state that's when an issue of constitutional crisis arises. So I just wanted to bring that clarity.
Yeah, but one thing I want you to understand, Jafaru, because if you say that the state of House of Assembly, which is the speaker, if at the same time he was elected with the governor,
yes, his tenure runs out as well. Yeah.
So what are you going to say? So no,
excuse me. His tenure runs out as a legislator, but he is not a governor. He can still. That's what I'm just telling you. The law. That's what the law says.
No. Expand on that, because if the state house of let's take it to the national space, just because it will give us then clarity, because it's the same principles that apply. So in the national space as well, if Buhari and Oshibanjo are indisposed, then the nation falls to Lawan, and from Lawan to Gbajabiamila. So now let's now say the tenure of the Buhari Oshibanjo runs out. It elapses without an election to replace it. So there's nobody to replace it. But then the tenure of Lawan and Gbajabiamila also run out at the same time, because of course they were elected for a 4-year term as senator as well. So what happens then to that vacuum that is created?
So you see, usually the elections are not held on the same day, right?
But just a week different.
If such a scenario happens, that's a
no, it's just a week different. Ajafaru, let me tell you something. It's just a week different.
So no matter what is the situation, when such a scenario occurs, it's a constitutional crisis. That's a problem for the country. That's huge. That's an issue.
All right, we'll reflect on that a bit more. But thank you for that interjection, because I think Rational Mind was hinting along those lines that you've just introduced as well, Jafar. But I'll land your thoughts, Danjuma.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that, because I know the lawyer said that the governor should take place in 90 days. After the 90 days, definitely when they have election, then maybe they will soon the new governor in. But if they didn't have the election, then maybe I don't know what will happen, because this is only where I know exactly what the lawyer just said.
It'd be interesting if that happens, just to test that space, because all these provisions in the Constitution, is always interesting to see them tested. So let's get to a constitutional crisis and see, maybe not at the federal level, as just a localized state level. So let's get to a constitutional crisis and see how the country handles it. Because no provision, of course, for certain spaces. It will probably go to the Supreme Court to set some precedents. But interesting times for Anambra state of emergency, but no state of emergency in Zamfara, where they are beheading people. Yeah, beheading people all over the place.
Who created state of emergency? Who created that?
Who created what?
The state of emergency. Who did create that?
It's your boys, isn't it? Your IPOB boys and their behavior.
They didn't do it, one man.
Yeah? jumping up
the
and
Nigeria
down all
government
the
behind
time
it.
and
Nigeria
constituting a
government behind.
nuisance.
You know the truth. Nigeria government behind it, but they're gonna fail woefully.
Who's going to fail?
Let's stop the propaganda.
No,
There
let's
is
be
no
honest.
state of emergency.
Let's be honest.
There is,
Let's be honest, Jafar. Let's be honest. Nigeria's the first thing. Let's be honest. You know, Nigeria auto program. Their plan is out. I know the truth. I'm not gonna fail for Nigeria program. I know the truth.
So, Charles, there is no state of emergency. The
Charles,
Attorney
calm
General.
down.
The Attorney General was responding to a question presented to him by a pressman about a possible scenario. And what he said nothing is off the table, including the likelihood of a state of emergency. That does not mean that maybe that's the last option. There are other options that can be taken before then. If the insecurity persists, INEC is empowered by law to postpone the election for a period of 1 month. So there are laws. That's the last stages when all comes to the fact that, okay, it's evidently clear that there is chaos on the ground. There is no way. We have tried everything possible. We have not achieved the result. Then that's when you can declare a state of emergency. And I overheard Ajali Koko saying it's unconstitutional. No, it's not unconstitutional. The president, by virtue of Section 305, subsection 3 of the Nigerian Constitution, the 99 Constitution, as amended, empower the federal government. There are cases listed, a lot of them, where a president can declare a state of emergency. And we should be always mindful of the facts before we just start throwing this word on people.
Even government ban said the federal government behind it. The embassy government said the federal government behind the killing. How can a government say embassy government say that the federal government behind the killing? I didn't say the federal embassy government said the federal government behind the killing. That's sure what you need to say. The federal government behind the killing.
Yeah, but Anambra State governor can say anything.
No, he's saying it too. You don't believe Nigeria could do this. You don't believe that.
No, I'm just saying Anambra State governor can. You have to understand that politicians speak in a political language.
I saying it too. The Nigerian government could do this. I know Nigerian government, they're evil. They do it for ways to make people have bad image, but not gonna work. It's not gonna work.
The Nigerian government, what image did the Igbos have prior?
Because he's a funny. I know his plan. I know his plan. It's not gonna work.
What's his plan, Charles?
He's not take over. That's what he's doing. And Nigerian people are not listening. They're being deceived. That's what they do. They're trying to trick your mind, but not gonna work for me. They can't.
But you are not being deceived, are you, Charles?
No, I know the truth. They're behind the king. I'm not gonna work. It's not gonna work in Jesus' name.
Amen. All right. Thank you, Charles.
One man.
Yes.
I think Jafar saying that the president have the right to declare a state of emergency.
Yeah, we've seen it in the past. So
it was illegal.
No,
it was illegal.
What
it doesn't have the constitutional power to declare a state of emergency when we are not in time of war. It's only in time of war.
I'm happy now, Ajali Koko. You are recognizing that in times of war, a president can declare a state of emergency.
Are we in a time of war?
Yeah, but that does not limit itself only to times of war. If you
that
go
is
back
what
to
it limited to.
No, I want you to go back to the Constitution. I'm giving you the exact section. Section 305, subsection 3. Just Google it and read it.
Read it to us. Read it to us.
I don't have it. I don't have it right.
You don't have it, and you are.
But I'm giving you the section. You can verify it.
Hold on, Jafar.
That's true. That's true. What you said in times of war.
In time of war, when another country declare war on Nigeria, that is when the president have the power to declare state of emergency in protection of Nigerian people and Nigerian state. But in time of wrangling between Nigerians, he doesn't have that power to declare state of emergency.
Ajali Koko, that section of the Constitution actually
I'm telling you, you are quoting the Constitution. You need to dig it out and read it to us. You are the one quoting it. dig it out and read it to us, and you will understand. But in this time of situation in
the course of this,
Enugu
in the course
State,
of our debate tonight, I would definitely read it out.
Okay. So
if that will help, but anybody can check. Anybody, viewers, anybody can check it.
Sorry, Jafar. Let me add this, Ajande Kokwan Jafar, which may somewhat tally with what Jafar is saying. This is just picking from a paragraph, just one of the things that I read out earlier. It says, similarly, the People's Democratic Party PDP and human rights activist Femi Falana faulted the move, describing it as illegal. Mr. Falana maintained that Mr. Buhari's regime has just realized that the deployment of troops without the declaration of emergency rule in many states of the Federation is illegal and unconstitutional, faulting the president for not seeking approval from the National Assembly. The threat issued by the Attorney General of the Federation is an attempt to return to constitutionalism with respect to the imposition of emergency rule in Anambra State and other states in the Northwest, Northeast, and Southeast region, where the federal government is waging a full-scale war. So what Falana is saying essentially there is that constitutionally, before they deploy military personnel, as they have done severally within the Southeast and some parts of the North, they actually should constitutionally declare that state of emergency. So Femi Falana somewhat,
No, I see the one they call the Civil War.
You disagree with Femi Falana? You disagree with Femi?
Gonna get it.
What are you talking about, Charles? You disagree with Femi Falana? On what premise?
The one called the Civil War. The plan, not the plan. The one called the Civil War. That's the plan.
Charles, your rascality.
Take over the West.
Okay, Femi Falana. Charlie Boy corrects Femi Falana on the law. Look at that.
Charlie Boy, constitutional lawyer.
Only on one man went to more. American boy corrects the Nigeria's foremost human rights lawyer. All right, thank you, Charlie Boy. Back to you, Danjuma. Just round off your thoughts on that so I can take you to the next talking point. Danjuma.
Yeah, what I see there is not, for me, it's not constitutionally, according to what Femi Falana said. And I think it's not really good idea for them, for just to make peace reign from Nigeria. Because for me now, one thing the people Buhari should understand is that people will say, okay, there is bandit all over the north that is ravaging that place, and you never take decision, or maybe you declare state of emergency. Just a little problem that Southeast is having, and you want to declare, that means there is something hidden. There is in the agenda that you have that you never bring it into picture, so that people should know better.
It seems almost like a contradiction to conduct an election on the. Sorry, who's that?
It's me, Ife.
Yeah, sorry, let me just land this point. It seems almost a contradiction to conduct a democratic election under a state of emergency, which is a martial law. You are conducting election under martial law. It's almost, I'm not sure if there's precedence for that, but if you wanted to say.
Yeah, this is what the lawyer said. Okay.
My question is, do you think Buhari has some form of, I don't want to use the word hate for the eastern part of the country.
But he hates them now. This, he never took a break in the 30 months
post Civil War trauma on them.
He hates them. I don't even think Jafar can deny that. He hates the Igbo. Malam Buhari.
So I will ask you. I will reverse that question to you.
Categorically.
I will reverse that question to you. Do the Igbos love Buhari?
No, they hate him. They hate him even more than he hates them. They hate him with a passion.
So if they hate him with a passion, why should that constitute any topic of debate? People could
it's the fact that I was saying. It's carryover from Civil War.
But I don't think people hate each other with a passion.
And
I personally do not believe
they do.
I don't believe that people hate each other with a passion.
They do.
People are responding, generally, people are responding to mostly propaganda.
Do you know why I asked that question? You know the interview he granted with Rice when they were asking him about IPOB, when he was describing IPOB as having properties around the country that he don't know what's wrong with.
Dot in the nation, in the cycle.
Yeah, dot in the cycle. So I'm like, IPOB is different from Igbos around the whole nation. Why should you say IPOB has properties in the whole country? So I think for him, he sees.
Yeah, but that is dementia now. You know he has dementia now.
No, but I don't think he was referring to IPOB when he was speaking like that. He was actually referring to Igbo agitation. So I fault him for that also, Ife, because I tried to make a clear distinction between an agitation group and actual individual citizen. Not all Igbo people believe in secession. That I know. So I tried to make that distinction. So to be fair to him, what he was trying to allude is that personally, I would not see why somebody that has invested a lot in the country just of a sudden want to abandon and go and start afresh. So that's how I view it. But I didn't take that statement as something hateful or how do I say, or a design, a deliberate design to hate fellow citizens. No, I don't think so.
But Jeff, I'm asking a question. Do you believe that?
Sorry, Charles. Let me get it back on stream and go back to Jafar. But I'll come to you shortly, Charles. But back to you, Jafar. Let me take you then to the north. And
no, you are with Danjuma. You are with Danjuma.
Oh no, sorry, Danjuma, not you, Jafar, but Danjuma. Yeah. So let me take you now to the north, and Atiku Abubakar now saying that where the president comes from is immaterial. So a very convenient statement for him to make, wouldn't you say?
The only topic the only topic I'm very interested is just this topic. I have a lot of things that I need to discuss here. Please, one man want to move. Do you know Atiku? Is he your friend? Can you please advise him?
Yes.
Because no, the reason I'm asking this
is one my friend.
I like Atiku. I like Atiku. Yes, I do.
No. The reason I'm asking this question is that, one, Atiku is from Fulani, and Buhari is Fulani. I don't have problem. Maybe the next president might be come from North again, but I'm having problem from one tribe to rule from 16 years in Nigeria. So Atiku should not even have it in his wide dream that he will rule Nigeria when Buhari leaves the power. No matter what. It's not only I don't have grudges against Fulani, but Fulani is not the only tribe in Nigeria. The only problem that I'm having from the north right now is that when you see the prominent people that maybe you might say they are good in president in the north right now, when you remove Buhari, the next person you will say Atiku. After Atiku, you say Saraki. Saraki even confessed that his father is from Fulani, meaning Saraki is a Fulani man. Then you talk about this man, what is his name again? This Sokoto governor, Aminu Waziri Tombowa. Those are three Fulani. You see, in fact, all of them except Kwankwaso, I don't really know. Kwankwaso is not Fulani. You know, even this man, this former governor of Kano State before Kwankwaso, which is
we spoke about him yesterday. Is this Sule?
Yeah, I forgot his name. Yeah, I think I forgot.
Malan Salau.
You know, Ibrahim Shekar, what is his name? Shekarau, yeah. I don't know those two people if they are Fulani.
Can I ask you a question, Danjuma?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, can I ask you a question? How many Fulani
What?
presidents? How many Fulani presidents have we had in Nigeria?
Well, I think it's 3 or 4.
Okay, name them.
The first Prime Minister of Nigeria.
Right.
1.
He was not. He was not.
It was not Fulani. This one I'm talking about.
Shall I help you? Shehu
Tafawa
Shagari.
Balewa.
Shehu Shagari.
Yes.
Umaru Yar'Adua, and now
2.
Malam Buhari.
Yeah, 3. Okay, let's assume those are 3. But what I'm saying, I'm not against if Fulani.
What of Muitala?
No, Muritala is not Fulani.
It was. I don't think so. And
It's not
Abacha Kanuri.
Where is Muitala from? He's from Kano now. Where is he from? Is he not a Fulani?
Yeah.
Is he Hausa?
He's Hausa.
Yeah,
He's Hausa.
he's from
Okay.
Auchi. He's from Hausa, I mean. But
It's from
normally
Auchi.
they,
Look at that. Look at that. It's
I'm
from
telling you,
Auchi.
it's from Auchi.
Look at
Yeah.
that.
Oh
yeah, let us hear
let
it.
me
You don't.
let me tell you something. Wait.
How can he be from Auchi and
no,
the
let him
buried in Kano?
Let him explain, because I've heard them say this before. So make
See,
that argument.
His parents, let me say to you, his parents they stay in the north. They gave birth to him in the north. But the parents, they are from Auchi, they migrate to that place. Even this man, yes, he built Central Mosque in Auchi. Really, go and ask, go and check the Central Mosque. To date, it's still there. We don't need to debate on this issue, but we know even this man, what is Isha Karabiu.
Maybe the mother is from Auchi.
No, even Isha Karabiu. But today, nobody, we know all those things, but normally they gave birth to them from there, but they are from there already because they grow up. You just imagine people that, you know, many generations, they are already there. So you can't take those away from them, but they have not now, but normally their origin is from Auchi. It's just like this, very soon, this lady, Aisha Yusuf, very soon they will say it's from North because but he's from Auchi too.
Yeah, we know of Yusuf.
So, but because he's saying it, because he's alive now, he's saying it. That's why you believe that he's from Auchi. But very soon now, when maybe his generation, maybe he have like 4 to 5 generations, now those things will wipe away. The children of Ahan will be buried in North. They will be claiming North. But this is not the problem right now. But I'm just telling you some things. Even when I stay in the North, I stay in Kano State. When I see some of Auchi people there, because we are Muslim, so we dress Muslim. Our culture is like a Muslim. So, but when you see us in the North, you would thought maybe we are Hausa. But what are you saying?
So,
I didn't get you.
Jafar, you had it to bring us another person that is not Fulani.
I'm sorry, my volume went down.
All right. Okay, carry on, Danjuma. You were speaking about Atiku Abubakar and why you are opposed.
Because Atiku now, Atiku was a vice president before, and you were having problem with your president. Okay, look at it now. Look at what Alexandra Gomez said. You heard, he's from Auchi. Murtala Mohammed is from Auchi. You see it. We are not, when we are saying something, we are saying it with fact, but we don't like maybe sometimes argue. That's why we normally forget about this one. But that should not be the problem. But what I'm saying is that Atiku was a vice president. Is it only Atiku in Nigeria? Is it only Atiku is the best candidate for Nigeria? Atiku have,
well,
in fact,
under this mix, he is the best one. Who is better than him under what we have in play?
Is better. See, there's something that I always heard people say: the devil, the angel, you know, it's not. You don't need to say it's better than the angel. The devil, you know, is more better than the angel, you know. But it's not like that. It's better the devil you don't know. Try it. Because the angel you thought you know, it might be that the devil is more better than the angel. What I'm trying to tell you is that Atiku is still almost all Nigeria wealth, even when he was a vice president. I can mention many things for you. You thought that Atiku have brain to see. Atiku doesn't have brain to invest. It's just only that he have the money. When you have capital, you can invest. You can even move. You can even change the nation. So
you
what
don't
I'm
have
trying
evidence that he stole money. Oh, you know, they never try for any
we-
court.
They've
Come on,
been
man.
chasing him for years now.
See.
How come they haven't caught him?
See, Ajale Koko.
So Ajali Koko, you are
Yes.
one man. Do you have evidence? Do you have evidence that Malami has stolen any money?
We have
Okay.
evidence. So we have evidence. So we have evidence. We have evidence. Yes. We have evidence. If it's that one, we have evidence.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. The day Atiku went for debate in 2019, instantly I hate Atiku for a passion. I don't even like. I always, when I am listening to his word in news, I always forward there. I don't want to listen to him because he don't have anything to offer. Because you know why? Atiku Abubakar stood up. He said when he become president, he will say NNPC.
Yes.
He
Do
will
you
say,
disagree?
yeah, wait, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
You say you don't say this is, you need to repair them so that they should be functioning very well. You say you will sell the NNPC, you will sell NEPA. In the sense, he want to sell them and he sell them to himself. And this is Atiku.
It's not true.
Forget about
It's not true. It's not true. It's not true.
Do you disagree,
wait, let me tell you something.
Danjuma, that NNPC should be sold? Do you disagree?
It's not being sold.
I disagree totally.
Point of correction.
Hold on. To Danjuma, say you disagree. Why?
Of course.
Why?
See, as a nation, we supposed to, this is why everybody is calling for restructure. If they should restructure Nigeria the way it will work, every region control what you have and build what you have. Try to put everything that you know that is good for yourself, do it for your people. Then you will see that NNPC in the SASAT, they will start functioning. But people feel that this thing, maybe some president from another tribe, he will think that, why am I going to fix that place when it will benefit another tribe that I'm not there? These are the problem. Sometimes we use tribal, we form that sometimes our politicians form that they don't use tribal sentiment, but indirectly they are using it. Even when they don't say it, we are seeing it. Because if you said that, okay, you want to say NNPC, then because of, do you know how many sheep that normally take crude oil out of Nigeria that Atiku owns? Because he just want to promote his own business. Personal business agenda. Go to Port Harcourt. You see ship that is carry crude oil out of Nigeria to go and refine Nigeria crude oil. Atiku owns, in fact, 70% of it.
Do you
He's
think
just
Nigeria
fighting
is
for his personal.
Do you think Nigeria is benefiting from NNPC now in the way that it should?
Because it's not benefiting, because you know why? How can you say this is the problem we are having? How can you say NNPC, what they are producing, the money they pay, the salary is more than what they are producing annually?
Do you think government should be running business?
Not all business that government should run.
Should they run any business?
Of course, there's a business that government can involve themselves. Even in my country that I live in, Germany, some government run business but they don't carry politicians into
Name one business that the German company is in, the German government is in.
Let me tell you something. Like from this country now, most of the farm producing and the rest, government are the one who controlling those business.
That's not true.
Like farming.
In Germany, that's not true.
Let me tell you something. The farm, most of the big farm in this country, government control them. That see, the land you use, even the land Even though you are a businessman and you want to farm, the government will give you the land, but actually you will be paying revenue to the government.
But that is the thing. No. That's where I was wanting you to go to, and that is Atiku's idea. You know, NNPC has to be sold because it doesn't serve the Nigerian purpose at all. It
Simple.
doesn't.
That is the simple truth.
It has to be sold. But how they sell it, the deal that they cut, is the most important thing. If they cut a deal that favors the Nigerian state, then they can sell it off, you know. But they can guarantee then that this amount of revenue must come from that space, irrespective of however you trade. But NNPC is just since they found oil in Nigeria till date, NNPC has just been there to make the echelons billionaires. It has never ever. I will sell it. If I became president today, the first thing that I will do will be to sell that NNPC. NNPC is like an albatross around the neck of the country. Yeah, they should sell it off, man.
Wama, should I say something? Okay,
yes.
Let me tell you something. Do you know the problem we have in Nigeria? Government want to control the market, this is the biggest problem we have. Government want to involve every business in Nigeria, which is not done in Germany. Yeah. Germany leave the market to everybody, but you just need to do the business and you pay your own revenues to them. You pay your tax to them.
That is the
but
only
government want to
government regulation. That's just it.
You understand? But government want to control.
One man, please, can I talk?
Sorry, let Danjuma land this point. Yeah, so land your point, Danjuma.
So government want to control every market. You understand? So now, government will say they want to regulate. They will just only let one person to produce cement in Nigeria. Whereas there is a lot of people who want to produce cement, but they will not give the license to them because why? So that any person, if only one person is producing cement now, then if they say 5,000 naira for one bag of cement, you don't have choice, you must buy it. But when like 2 to 3 people they are producing cement now, then the market will, the market will, at least everybody will know how much to sell in soon. So you understand? These are the problem Nigeria has. Nigeria only want to give market to only one person. These are the problem. Not that you see now, even though they want to sell NNPC, I don't have problem with that. But when the business people want to copy, you will not give the license to one person. These are the problem. You allow everybody that have the capital to invest to build refinery. Let him build.
All right, thank you, Danjuma. But you wonder why I follow Atiku so much. So you've just cited now one of the reasons that I do follow him. It's an excellent brain, and just the idea. So he wants to sell NNPC, which I will sell in a minute. But you should go and listen to this guy's his master plan around the energy space, the electricity in Nigeria. You have to remember that he was the one that had that portfolio under Obasanjo, and he has a plan for electricity in Nigeria. That guy, potentially the best president.
One man. I like that you brought that. I like the point that you brought that he was in charge of Nigerian electricity during Obasanjo.
Yes.
What happened to our 16 billion?
What 16
exactly.
billion? What 16 billion?
What happened to
even BUHARI has withdrawn that statement. What 16 billion?
No.
Remember when they said the Shani stole 100 billion? How much is the Nigerian economy that one person is stealing 100 billion? We just banded these figures now.
No, we don't. Monies were borrowed for power investment.
Yes.
There was no investment in power, then there was no 16 billion to be found.
Do you know that a lot of the turbines? Do you know that a lot of the turbines that Obasanjo bought to electrify the Nigerian state, do you know that is still stuck in the port as we speak? Do you know why? Because they don't have these things, they can't carry it on the road. And the dredging of the waterways, it does not facilitate for something of that size to be taken to where it needs to be used. So, and of course, when Yadua came in...
Are you trying to suggest that we don't have any wind turbine in Nigeria now? Functional wind turbine?
No. We have the necessary turbines that we need to propel that electricity space that was bought by Obasanjo. A lot of it, if not all of it, still stuck in the port, rotting away.
So when they were buying it, they didn't know that.
Well, yes, that is where they faltered in a bit somewhat. Who wanted
give
to
us
come?
a break about this Atiku.
It's me first.
Yeah, go on there. Yeah, you wanted to add something. Yeah.
You know, you were asking if Germany has state-owned, what's it called? Companies.
Anything, yes.
Yeah, they have couple. You know, the Deutsche Bank.
Deutsche Bank.
Yeah. Airbus. Germany has, I think, about 12% stake in Airbus.
No, stake is stake now. That's a private. Nigeria owns 20% of Dangote now. Is it Dangote? The refinery in Lekki.
You know Volkswagen, the Volkswagen Group.
Yes.
Yeah, the German government. Yeah, I know stake.
No, they don't own it. They don't own it. No,
they have.
I think even Hitler sold that one. You know,
they have about 12%.
What do you mean 12%? 12% is not ownership now. Why are you saying this? And Nigeria owns 20% of Dangote refinery in Lekki. Is it? Do Nigeria own it? Something called Dangote refinery. So that's not what we're talking about. But yeah, back to you, Danjuma.
Like public transport now, government invest from there.
So why are you so against the article anyway, Danjuma?
No. I don't like. See, seriously, I don't like these smart policies. I see. If you are a vice president, you have the right to even influence something. You are there from 8 years. What did he did?
Danjuma, I will tell you what.
What do you mean? The Obasanjo Atiku regime is one of the most successful administrations we've had, far better than Malam Buhari.
What happened to all the companies, all the state companies that they privatized to themselves? What has that privatization brought?
Who was in charge of Hold on, Danjuma. Who was in charge of privatization then? Was it not El Rufai? Was it not El Rufai that was in charge then under the Obasanjo regime?
El Rufai.
It's not El Rufai. El Rufai was the minister of Abuja.
Oh, right. Okay.
Minister of Abuja and El Rufai.
It was El Rufai that was at the head of the privatization during the Obasanjo regime.
But he was a minister of
the portfolio was handed to the vice president. The portfolio was handed to the vice president.
No. The vice president had supervision, but El Rufai was the driver. You know.
Yes, and El Rufai had made a lot of allegations about what transpired between him and Atiku, how they sold it among themselves. How does that privatization help Nigeria?
Well,
I understand where you are coming from. I know you are a purely Western capitalist. I understand that, one man. But that type of vulture capitalism, that's not what we want for Nigeria.
There is no evidence. It's free market enterprise. That is just the way of the world.
No, there is no evidence. There is no evidence that the state is inherently corrupt, that they cannot handle national assets.
The state should not be running business, because the state is not. The expertise of the state is policy direction and infrastructure. Those are the
some of us do not agree with that.
Leave business to businessmen. The state is not a businessman.
Some of us do not agree to that free market concept.
Well, that's why we are in the state we're in now. With NNPC just hemorrhaging money.
We will be worse as a country.
One man. Jafar, let me say something. You see, one thing about Atiku is this. Atiku is kind of politics is cronism. I don't know if you guys have heard that word. Cronism.
I know the word.
It's all about. You said what?
I know.
Use it in Nigeria, so
that is how he has never been. Yeah. When he was there, when he was there in 1999 with Obasanjo, they were awarding contracts to themselves. You get it? So he coming back is going to play the same politics. It's going to be the same politics.
Exactly.
Playing. And that is not going on. Is that not going on now? They are not.
Well, we know, but that's kind of politics.
We are not even assuming that that's what he's going to do. He said it himself. You
What did he
remember?
say?
He
What did he
said that.
say?
Let me tell you what he said. He said there is nothing wrong for him to enrich his friends and family
Yeah,
members.
exactly.
He said it
God will
himself.
bless you, Jafaru. This is what he said.
No. I heard that. That was the Kadira Ahmed interview, wasn't it?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. I heard that. But
What
then,
is killing that country is
what is wrong with that? What is wrong with that?
Everything is wrong with that.
everything is wrong with it. Yeah,
Explain.
everything is wrong with
Everything.
it.
That's the very definition of nepotism.
Exactly.
Yeah. Another version of
So
Why
anyone
2.0.
anybody that is not your friend, that means you will not. That means is nothing to you. That means it's only people that.
No. That you are spinning his words on its head.
So this is what he's trying to say. Say, what is bad if I reach my friend?
One man.
You see, the problem Atiku has is too honest. That is his problem. You know. That is his problem.
It's too honest now. Thank Japan. God will bless him.
When somebody tells you who he is, you better believe them.
Yes,
exactly.
But when somebody is telling you who he is not, is that not more suspicious?
Then, nah.
Okay, what I'm saying, Danjuma and Jafar, is Atiku is saying there's nothing wrong with enriching his friends, and a lot of people were alarmed by that. So Malam Buhari would never say that, Obasanjo would never say that, Goodluck Jonathan would never say that. But are Goodluck Jonathan, Malam Buhari, Obasanjo, are they not enriching their friends? They are, you know. So what he said is no different from what has been the case all the way through. Babangida enriches his friends, Abacha enriches his friends, Buhari enriches his friend, Obasanjo, Goodluck, they all enrich. Who else do you enrich? That is the lobbying, that is
type
influence.
Of leader we want. We don't want that type of leader.
Yes, but because he said that is what
this
goes
new
on,
era, we don't need that kind of thing now.
You are crucifying him for honesty. You don't want an honest man. You don't want an honest man. Is what you're saying.
One man, this era, we don't need any person that we say he is honest. We are looking for someone who will unite Nigeria, not come to divide Nigeria more. Because the situation. Let me tell you something.
Atiku is the most
let me tell
person.
you something. Forget about what he's showing. These are just propaganda. You know, why is it that we in Nigeria we are quick to believe people? These are the problem we have.
Yeah, thank you.
We are very quick to believe people.
Yes.
When people just come and don't tell us shit, we will just believe on them.
Danjuma,
yes,
can I intercept 1 minute?
Yeah, go on, Ajaneko.
You are free.
Danjuma, let me tell you something. If you are talking about a uniter, one of the uniters that we have in Nigeria, Atiku is one of them. Atiku is a detribalized leader and is a person that we always unite people of Nigeria. You understand what I'm saying?
Nigerian husband of the century.
Let me tell you, Ajalekoko.
Yes. Let me tell you.
I want to counter you for something now.
If you don't know, let me tell you this. You see, PDP, we can condemn them. We can say a lot of things against them. Look, when PDP took over in 1999, Nigeria was on the brink of collapse on both economy and politically. PDP brought the economy of that country to stability, and they stabilized the country politically. The barrel of oil, as at the time Obasanjo came in 1999, was sold for $7 per barrel. Anybody can check that record. $7. They weathered the storm, they worked hard, they stabilized the economy of that country. And the unity of that country that Babangida destroyed, because Babangida was the one that destroyed the economy by the annulment of June 12. PDP was able to bring everybody together. We have to thank Obasanjo for what he did then.
And Atiku was the head of the economic team of that.
Yes, and Atiku was his vice. Obasanjo as the president, even though some of his action was illegal, but it demonstrated one thing, that he was a Nigerian leader, not a Yoruba leader, not Igbo leader, not Hausa leader. He dealt with Yoruba first before everybody. Gani Adam was the leader of, the separated leader from this, what's the name of the group called then?
OPC.
OPC. It took him, slam him in jail to demonstrate to everybody, because by then, there was, before Obasanjo came in, there was a separatist group in every part of the country because of Abacha, the way Abacha run the country with his autocratic rule. So separatist group were springing up everywhere. You see the way he did to the people? You see what he did? Even in the north, he dealt with everybody to show that, look, I'm not a nonsense leader. I got a job to do. I got to stabilize this country. And he did it. He started it right from Yoruba land. So they stabilized that country politically. And that is what the democracy we are enjoying today. They were able to put this.
Hold on. Let me say something, because this is my platform. Let me say something right now. I understand you perfectly. Do you know the problem we have?
Atiku is one of the uniter in that country. Don't describe him as. I don't like them. All the politicians now, I don't like them because they have destroyed that country. But we don't have to describe somebody or any one of them for what we know is not. Don't let us describe them for what they are not, you know. So that's
if you have opportunity to be a president right now, are you going to separate Nigeria or you will unite Nigeria? I'm just asking. You will unite it.
Yes.
Why do you believe that? Why do we only have this should I call it this Nigeria syndrome that is normally following us, that we always believe those people, those military people, all those old people that rule, they have finished Nigeria, they have brought us to this mess we are right now, are the best people who can able to unite Nigeria. We the new generation we can't able to
okay, let me give you another instance.
Because if you say that,
when
let me tell you something.
Was there, hold on, when Jonathan was there, Jonathan run the country with democratic principle. Everything that we need to respect under democratic rule, Jonathan respected it. Jonathan followed the law to the core. But this Buhari came in, destroy everything, the unity of that country.
There's something you need to understand. When they are calling people who rule Nigeria, for me, if I should have my way, when Buhari rule finish in Nigeria, they should remove his name among the presidents that rule Nigeria. Because it's not Buhari. He only have opportunity. He's not supposed to rule Nigeria. If this man said that, he said Buhari is not even qualified to be my local government councillor. There is when Buhari was contesting in 2019, there is one northern man that said that. I don't remember this man's name. He said Buhari is not even qualified to be a councillor for my local government.
That is what we are suffering now. But Ajanjima, just to what you said, that Buhari's name should be expunged from the Nigerian annals, from the Nigerian history books. I've had thoughts along that direction, not so much Buhari. I think that we should get to a situation, maybe Femi Falana again, we call on him, to get all the military administrations declared as illegal, which would then remove their names from the history books, and then
Exactly.
that would then reverse what they are. Because if they say that it is illegal, then the space automatically regresses back to what was legal prior to it. So if from Babangida to Abdul Salami, if that space is declared illegal, then the constitution automatically reverts to what was legal, the latest, which was the Shagari administration. So we then have that constitution as opposed to this one. But of course, coup, an act of treason, and those names should be removed from the Nigerian books. So we should just say a period of uncertainty or something. But certainly, I agree with that some names should be removed from the history books.
Those kind of people. Like for me, if Buhari should rule, he should finish, because I don't call Buhari leader. He's a ruler. Because when he just finished ruling, when he just left that power, they should cancel that name. There is nothing. They just praise that place at the age of like 8 years. Nigeria was not having president. So this year to this year, we know that we don't have president because this man never did anything new to Nigeria. Instead, he carried Nigeria 50 years backward. But that is step aside. Let me tell you something, Ajale Kuku. If Buhari, if Atiku, and I don't like Tinubu, I'm telling you the truth, I don't like Tinubu. But if Tinubu should come out in APC and Atiku come out in PDP in 2023, I will call my mother, call my family, should vote for Tinubu, and I will pay them. If they say a PDP are sharing 10,000, I will give them 20,000 each of my member of my family.
What makes
for what?
I'm not voting
For
for
what? Why Atiku want to come to power?
Danjuma, what makes Tinubu better than Atiku?
Is more better. Must Atiku rule in Nigeria? Must Atiku rule Nigeria?
That wasn't the question. Now, what makes Tinubu better than Atiku?
See, everything. Okay. I don't like Atiku with everything.
You just don't like him. That is what he will say. You just hate him, right? You just hate him.
No, See, let me tell you something. Not that I hate him. He don't have anything. See, there is something we need to understand. We should be always thinking that we need to move forward, not that people that we are left behind, we want to broad them front of us again. Nigeria have passed this stage that
you want to do like Ovie and avoid the question, Abi. What makes Tinubu better than Atiku?
Because you know one thing, there's one thing you need to understand. Forget about Tinubu. We are causing Tinubu today. Tinubu have brain. He have everything more than Atiku. Let me tell you something. You see Tinubu, let me tell you something. You see Lagos today, Tinubu is the brain basket of that state.
Lagosians are
the person where don't steal the whole money for Lagos. What are you talking about?
But at the end of it, see, let me tell you something. Forget about me, I'm not Yoruba. But let me tell you something. The only state.
Did you ever live in Lagos?
No, I only visit once.
You don't know where they go.
Yeah, a bit like Charles, who has only ever been to Nigeria once.
See, let me tell you something.
You don't know the extent that Tinubu you are talking about. You don't know the extent it destroyed Lagos.
Let me tell you something. Yes, you know one thing where we in Nigeria, even we need to try to appreciate right now. If someone steal money and he do something, he use some of them do something, we don't have problem with that, with this kind of people. Even when we know that he steal, but at least he did something more than the previous one. But when you come to steal without you never did anything, these are the problem we have. Like this Buhari regime now, they just come to steal. They don't want to do anything. They are just stealing. Even Buhari said, the day that he will hand over, if he should have opportunity, we borrow money that very day before he leave power to the next person.
Wait,
so what I'm saying.
But the job, I want to say something.
He said it. That if he has opportunity to borrow money, the day we leave office.
He will borrow. He will borrow that very day before he leaves. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Now you take away money with that. If it's borrowed for last day.
So let me tell you something. Like Atiku now. Let me tell you the mistake we will make as in Nigeria. Atiku has spent money since 2007 till date. Every year, you hear what this man, this PDP man said. He said the one that Arise News interview, I think from inside last week. He said they were not planning to give Atiku mandate of 2019. He said Atiku came, he give $5,000. I don't know if you people watch this Arise News. This Hausa man, I think Tundu Abiola was interviewing this man. He said Atiku give each ESCO member $5,000. They sweep overnight. They just change the matter. They give to Atiku. He said Atiku was not the plan.
What are you saying that is news now? That's not news. Is that not what goes on in Nigeria?
Okay, let me tell you something. So we know that this is not news. And Atiku does spend. Let me tell you something. Atiku has spent those money since when he's looking for power. Do you think Atiku come for 2023? Do you think he will care about Nigeria? He will take all the money that he has spent. That's why Atiku is crying to get this money
Tinubu
back.
will not recover his money when he becomes president. He won't recover his money.
But let me tell you something. Tinubu, not that he will not recover his money. Tinubu never look for president. This is the first time that he wants to look for president.
What are you talking about?
Wait,
Tinubu has been campaigning since 1999. Tinubu has been gunning for the president since 1999.
But he never. Which party? No, let me tell you something.
You fall my hand.
Let me tell you something. Okay. Wait, 1999. It was a government.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Please let me talk to Jan Danjuma. Danjuma, from what you said now, it has even showed that Tinubu should not be voted for. You know that they are telling you that Atiku is one of the detribalized politicians that can unite Nigeria. Do you know that Tinubu have said before that Nigeria? He does not believe in one Nigeria.
True.
Then if you say not believe,
you know he hates the Igbos. You know he hates the Igbos.
He said that, right?
How do you know what?
Let me tell you something.
Did you not hear his wife telling the Igbos that he would deal with them?
Let me tell you something. You asked me a question.
Like Tinubu because Tinubu wife is from or from his side there.
Yeah, look at that.
No, it's not from. I never knew. Maybe this is the first time you are telling me, but I never know. I know that girl is from Europe. That woman is from Yoruba. We don't slap people anyhow because that woman slap people anyhow. So I don't think it's not my tribe. Seriously, we don't slap people. We respect people, but let's step away from that. But only I don't like, seriously, not that I don't like Atiku, but why is it Atiku is desperate to be a president of Nigeria? Can you ask me this simple question, Wama?
It's patriotism now.
This is not patriotism. It's he having seen. He just want to see.
Same as Buhari was desperate. Look at
this is the problem. Thank God. Say, may God bless you. This, you see, one thing you need to understand. Any people that are too much desperate to be in president, especially you know the suffer we are passing through all.
It's
now,
not desperate. It's eager to serve. It's eager to serve.
These are desperate. These are desperation. There's different. One man, don't change English to us.
No.
When you see people,
he wants to give back to a country that has given him so much. It's patriotism.
It doesn't mean that he said the other day.
One man, we didn't give him anything.
One man, you are funny. You must be
one thing you
There's a difference from giving and stealing. They stole from us. We did not give them.
But we never give to them. Yes, they just stole it for us. We never give them to them. Let me tell you something.
Just to you, sorry, Danjuma, just to you, Jafar, what about the $2 billion that Buhari stole when he was the petroleum minister under the then Obasanjo regime? So that's equivalent to about $30 billion now. When he
I don't care any money that has stolen Nigerian money. anybody that has stolen Nigerian money should bring it back. I don't care whether the person comes from north or from south. A thief is a thief. There is no tribal coloration to a thief.
Exactly.
Okay, so Danjuma, you are condemning Atiku for patriotism. So what do you then want? An unpatriotic president? What is you are condemning him?
Can you do me a favor? Let me tell you something. If you want to do me a favor, since you say you don't like Omoyele Sowore, we should not go there. Now I have dropped the topic. Wait, calm down. Let me land. You say you don't like Omoyele Sowore. I don't want us to deliberate the issue right now. Now you can drop it aside. Then you see Akiyomi Adeshino. If you love the guy, tell him to come. Those are the people we need to. Not that people will go United Nations. They will be asking him climate change. He will be talking about Biafra people that he want to kill.
I thought you said you don't like. I thought you
don't like that thing.
No. I thought you said you don't like corrupt people.
They will be asking you what. Yeah.
Sorry, Danjuma. I thought you said you don't like corrupt people. So
Who told you?
That additional is one of the most corrupt. Even the Americans, they are just gunning for him.
Wama. That's not true, Wama.
With his bow tie.
Wama, I follow those
That's not true, Wama. It was Trump that doesn't want it. That's not true, man.
I follow this, Wama. I follow this issue. A to Z. Never. Because of they didn't find any corrupt, they didn't trace any corruption from him. That's why they allow it to continue for the second tenure of
racism. He used racism. That's what he used to get back in. He was saying they wanted to get him because he's African, and then he used racism and politics.
The
guy wears a bow tie.
Let me tell you something.
You want a bow tie in Asoro?
One man, that is lie.
Are you hearing because this guy? I remember bow tie. But you want bow tie in
One man, you're not saying the truth, man. You're lying.
Thank God, say Adeleko could not support me for this one.
Don't mischaracterize that guy. It was Trump. It was Trump that didn't want him because he's a black man. That was it. Trump wanted Norwegian. Trump wanted somebody else.
You know why? Did you know the problem why Trump wanted to remove him? The reason is that this guy was giving loan.
The same. Trump wanted to kick out Onweala too now. He doesn't want that woman to head that.
The reason is that this is political warfare. Let me tell you the truth. The reason is that if you look at very well,
and by the way, it's not a politician that addition or whatever.
Yeah, it's not a politician, but we can. How long is it taking people? You that you always come online. Now you are a big politician. You even good more than Atiku in politics. If you and Atiku play politics, you would beat Atiku.
No, I'm just a loud mouth. But do you want a president that wears bow tie?
One man for president.
Does it not offend you? Adanlekoko and Danjuma, a president, a Yoruba man wearing bow tie. A bow tie president.
What is wrong in bow tie?
What is strong? Like tomorrow, I have let me tell you, my friend.
Is it Mugabe?
It doesn't matter. Sometimes you get thought that you feel that it's okay for you.
Nigerian president wearing a bow tie.
But here's the truth.
Is it going to a
dinner party?
Anything.
It doesn't change anything.
Look
at Buhari that is wearing this Agbada, so look at where he kept us.
We want our Nigerian president should wear traditional Nigerian wear, not bow tie.
Wama, please, since you love bad people in this forum, then don't complain. When you come to this on social media, don't complain about Buhari. Just leave it like that then.
No, I don't love
because now I can see you are supporting evil.
No, that's sorry, Charles.
These are the truth.
Okay, let's hear from Charles, who's been trying to get his voice in. Go on, Charles.
My opinion, I think the Yorubas are not feared us in Nigeria. That's my opinion. They're feared up. Those two are feared up because they have been playing for so many years and they're feared up. Why not just do like this to say? Why can't they enjoy the Igbo to be president? We don't need the Yoruba. They're feared us, ruefully.
The Yorubas failed you in what way? How so?
But I'm saying those two tribes
How
built
so?
this
No,
goofy.
no.
They've been
How
president
so?
for
No,
so
no, no,
many years.
no.
Why Nigeria
No, no.
become not
Stay there. Stay there,
poverty?
Charles. Charles. How so? How so? How did they fail you?
Because Nigeria be poverty. Nigeria's in poverty. Nigeria's hunger. You know, people Nigeria
You
make
see,
$1
this is
a day.
what you
That's
do,
sad.
Charles. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Charles. But Danjuma, the only issue I have with Shore is just that Peperimpe Nollywood. What's up? You know that what's up?
No.
It's a Peperimpe. You know.
Let me tell you. See, Omoyele Sowore, I don't know what people are talking about him. Oh. Maybe my people might not like him. But you see, Omoyele Sowore, I love him with everything in me.
Why is he hiding his identity?
Wow. He never did that. How? What kind of identity
he's
you
trying
are
to
asking
claim
for?
that he's a Yoruba man and he's an Ijaw man.
No, he never claimed that he's from Yoruba. You know, he came from the both side, but he claimed Ijaw. But because you know why? Most of the Ijaw, they speak Yoruba too. Yeah. Let me tell you something you need to understand now. Do you know that when 1960, when Nigeria was a 3 region,
and you know it's a voodoo man as well. What will the other relate? You know, Nigeria is Muslim.
Nigeria, see,
Muslim
let me tell you
Christian,
something.
but so
No.
is a voodoo man. It's a voodoo
But
man.
Nigeria, but you see you now, but you told in your Nigeria constitution, they say Nigeria is a secular state. So
yeah,
why do you want to judge person that serve Ogun? It's not your fault. You don't need to judge him. You understand? If why be like that? Anything that came from there's something that I see, about we African. Everything that came from us, we always condemn him. When we see the one that came from foreigner, we always appreciate it. The Muslim language. I'm a Muslim. I don't. But you know that a Muslim came from Saudi Arabia, Arab land. Then Christianity come from Western world. So those people, the religion, we embrace them. Good and fine. I understand. I don't have problem with that.
No,
but
Christianity
African
came
tradition.
No. Christianity came from Palestine. Jesus Christ is a Palestinian, so not from
Palestinian.
Yeah.
Yeah, Palestine. Okay. Now, okay. Now you told me that now people that they are just trying to practice African culture now or tradition now. Then they are our enemies.
So he'll be doing dog sacrifice. You want him to be doing dog sacrifice in Aso Rock?
It's his stress. It's his stress. Let him be. It's his stress. So because no one will condemn you for because you are going to
shrine between the church and the mosque in Aso Rock and Ogun Shrine because of Showore, who is a native worshipper.
No, even though no.
Will he declare public holiday for Ogun?
Leave that alone.
Of course, if he chooses it, it's good now. Look at Jemmy here. Jemmy celebrate Mali Day. I say Mali. Not Mali. These people. This man that fight freedom for black people in America, Junior.
Martin Luther King.
Junior. They are celebrating it, but this man is a black man. So if Omoyele Sowore introduce something that we feel that is better for Africa, why can't we? Even Africa does not celebrate this man, but they have public holiday in Germany here from the day this man. They celebrate it here. They give public holiday to everyone. You will not go to war. You will not go to school.
Do you know why they are doing that in Germany? Do you know why they are doing that? Because the Germans are trying to whitewash their image from the Nazi era. So that's just what German politics is.
I don't really know.
Make their way back into humanity. That is what they are trying to do.
Man, I think you make a good suggestion. I think for the sake of fairness, justice, and equity, I think they should legislate a public holiday for animists or atheist religions as well.
But where does it stop? Where does it stop?
To be fair
because
to
there's so many.
Jafaru, God will bless you.
We won't go to work at all now. What the other
we
one
have
for Shopana?
Shango Shrine. That's
So we won't go to work at all in Nigeria every day
No,
for
hello,
one day.
hello.
Can I
You know, you see, Jafaru is a Muslim, but if you see now, we want every fair. Let everything you want to practice it. Forget.
Danjuma,
No,
please let me talk to that space. And Ajale Koko, you can buttress my point. There is this what's it called? Ojoawu they normally do. All the traditionalists do together in Southwest. All of them together that they do. There's this one day they normally pick. I don't know. I know that in our own part they normally do it for all those Ezo, Zangbeto, Uru. All of them together. They will just there is this one day they normally pick for them. They come together and do it.
But guys, on a serious note, you see, we have been spending a lot of time recycling and rebranding, repackaging old people to lead us again. Nobody is even thinking about, oh, maybe we need a younger generation.
Exactly.
Things have to change. We don't talk about that again. And that's exactly what these gerontic politicians want us to do. We're only talking about old people, 70
old
years
people.
A younger person will come in 2031. Just
No,
by reasons of
this is the time the young people need to take space because you know one thing.
There's no young person in the space. There's no young name in Nigerian politics.
When we keep talking about old people, we're scaring them.
This is the problem. You see now, we say Buhari because he have experience. He will rule Nigeria well. Look at what Buhari is doing to Nigeria. He's taking us to grave. Buhari is really.
Name one young person for president.
Many people now. Okay, you say you know like Omoyele Sowore. So Chris Mogalo no did there. Who you want to talk?
Is a technocrat. It's a bureaucrat. It's an administrator. It's not a president.
Bro, there is something you need to.
Is a fine boy.
No, nothing like fine boy. Yeah, because president carry
Nollywood actor. Nollywood
Minister of Transport. Amechi.
Amechi is not a young man.
No, we consider he's less than 60.
Is he?
Yeah, he's less than 60.
What about Fashola?
Fashola, that's another name. Festus Keyamo. You have them a lot.
See, Jafaru, for you to give Amechi self, I prefer my uncle Oshomole. Forget that one.
That's short, man.
I believe my uncle for me.
I love his wife. I like his wife.
I tell you.
Jafar like better thing too.
Look at that.
Yeah. My uncle my uncle they finish up. Forget.
No, position Nigeria. Like wife. I didn't know Melaye was making noise about his wife when he married the woman. Look at that. The way they say. Anyway, thank you, Danjuma.
You're welcome.
It's good to hear from you. You were away, you said.
Yeah, I traveled. I traveled to Italy. I spent 1 month there. So I just came back, I won't
say I've never been to Italy. I've been to Napoli once. It was so dirty. So dirty. It's worse than Adekunle. It was like being in like so dirty. Why is it so dirty?
Because of I think this is the only city that when especially Africa, Nigeria, perhaps these are the city we always there's the street there is even the white people there they have virus.
They've abandoned it.
No, the white people love the swag. They love that thing. They speak a Joseph for that place, no level. We hold the city strong,
we went there because my wife wanted to buy gold, and the guy that was driving us around was actually an Edo man. So it looks as though they have deals with all these shops. So he was taking us to shops and shops and shops. Then it was later that I thought about it, and I thought that I'm sure where this guy is taking us to, he will go back later and they will cut him a deal on whatever it is that we bought. But what struck me though was just it was so dirty, the space,
Yeah,
But
but yeah, but when it just like depend of the area, the vicinity, but it's not everywhere there that is very dirty. You understand?
And it looks
Like place like
criminal as
Roma
well.
and
It
the
looks
rest.
criminal.
Yeah, there is very rough, That's why when you are coming there, when you are in the train station there, you always see alarm that will always tell you, say, look your pocket very well because pickpocket are all over the train station because Napoli Central is very big and when you are there, you just need to be careful. When you want to buy ticket there, some people can pass your bag, take your wallet.
The only place I've ever had my wallet picked was in Paris, and I felt it when the guy took my wallet. I made the mistake
but Paris is more dirtier than Napoli now.
No.
That means,
Paris,
where do you stay for? Where you stay for Paris? Where you stay for Paris? Even for Paris, even the Paris or the Grand Metro, people they piss for there,
which
very
metro
dirty
they know they
smell.
piss? Everywhere they piss in metro
Okay.
now.
No, but no, for Germany, no, from Germany, you can't try it.
No,
piss for
metro.
metro.
Your efficiency, yeah. But they do it almost
because
everywhere else.
Even in Germany, if you want to piss underground, if you want to go to toilet or piss, you will pay. You will charge you like 50 cents or €1. You will put it inside the machine. The door will open.
Yeah.
If you didn't put the money, it will not open.
They have that in big stations here too. But
so these are all over every train station. You will not piss. It's not free. You will must put your €1 inside. Then it will open. And when it opens, you just need to cross. Otherwise, it will lock back again. You can't. Your money is gone.
Just in terms of Europe, the most beautiful place I've ever been to, not even in Europe, but ever in the world, is Prague. It's just like a fairy tale sort of a space. The worst place I've been to, as you can guess, Napoli. It's just dirty, just dirty, But thank you. And I liked Vienna as well because I liked Vienna, but I didn't spend too much time there. I just went for a weekend,
Yeah, but the place that you could have preferred to visit in Italy, you go Venezia, Mestre, the city that they built on top of the sea.
Yes.
The
gondola something.
There is perfect, these are tourists usually because
those are tourist ones. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
You just need to like a Venezia, Mestre, or you go to
where would you rather live?
Sardinia, Sicilia, those places they are very, because they are close to sea, the ocean, this Mediterranean Sea.
Where would you rather live, Danjuma, Germany or Italy?
Well, Italy, when you are working there, the money is not really enough because why? Sometimes they pay you maybe 1 to 1.3, 1.5. But when you are working in Germany, it's about 2,000 plus. You collect good money, so it's better. Although,
but in terms of social life and
Yeah, but here it is quite a little bit expensive. These are the problems too. So everything is very costly, but in Italy it's a little bit cheaper. You understand?
All right.
Yeah, these are the little different, but I don't think so. But when you have money, it's better. Italy is more beautiful.
But anyway, one day, you keep saying one day, but one day I would just do like a tour, like a mini tour of some of these, one of those drive around the country sort of trips. But thank you, Danjuma.
You're welcome.
Let me go on to Jafar. So Jafar, let me take you back to the beginning and the state of emergency. Actually, Jafar, thank you. Are you there, Jafar?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. This is for you, Jafar, because you keep trying to hint that this guy is not as we describe him. This is Abubakar Malami, Jafar. Ole. So on and on it goes. So Jafar, if you're asking if we have evidence, we do. All of these things he acquired just after he became a minister in Buhari's administration. So the salary must be good, or otherwise that guy is a Ole Baraku Barao Banza. So the evidence is there. A criminal, the Minister of Justice. But Jafar, let me take you to the talking points. State of emergency declared by the criminal Malami in Anambra State, or threatened. It threatened state of emergency. So, your thoughts, Jafar?
First of all, I want to correct the notion that that was a threat. I don't believe it was a threat. It was a statement. It was a response to a question that was placed to him by a pressman. Okay, so that notion that he is actually threatening, he said no. He said, and I quote, everything is on the table, including a state of emergency if things got out of control. So I don't think there is a plan. Personally, I don't think, contrary to the views of other people, I don't think there is a deliberate attempt to impose a state of emergency at this time in Anambra State, because personally I don't believe the situation there has really gotten out of control that may warrant a state of emergency. And even for the justification because of the election, well, I don't believe in election under this type of circumstances. I'm not somebody that believes that you should organize election when a state is in total disarray. No matter the outcome, it will never be credible. That I know. First, you have to deal with the issue of voters' apathy. People will not come out to vote. So, to me, the credibility of the election itself, I put into question. If I have my way, maybe I would do something differently. But coming back to the evidence about Malami's corruption, I am not in a position. I personally would never make excuses for corrupt individuals. The issue I have with you and Ajali Koko is that if it is not okay for us to call Atiku Abubakar corrupt because we don't have evidence, he has not been sentenced in any court of law as corrupt, right? That same standard should apply to the rest of people. We cannot have double standard. We cannot.
Well, Atiku has been tested in law. Remember, in the build-up to the 2019, that they set the EFCC after him. They even picked up his son and his in-law. Even they picked all of them up, and they had to let them go. So he has been tested in law, but Abubakar Malami has not been tested in law.
Only a constituted court could convict. EFF doesn't convict; they can only prosecute.
You know, so he wasn't presented in court. If he wasn't presented in court, that means then there's not sufficient enough to present him in court. You are aware that they sent the EFCC after him when they picked up all the members of his family, including his in-laws, and then they had to let them go. So they have tested him with the apparatus of law, and they could not find sufficient to convict.
That's my issue. If we
but
cannot call
Malami
him corrupt,
continues
so we
to
cannot
build.
Call anybody corrupt.
Yeah, Malami is building faster than Donald Trump on a salary. You know, they must be paying them well in that Ministry of Justice. Mansions after hotel after school. We all know the addresses.
I don't know. Maybe his law cabinet, his law chamber, but they must be doing extremely well in the chamber.
That's it. All right, thank you, Jafar. By the way, Jafar is not the defender of Malami. He's just speaking his own opinion. So we're not holding you to you're not accounting for him. But not accounting for him, but certainly we cannot conclude that you have no time for this man. Where Nigeria's president comes from in 2023, not important. Atiku Abubakar still clinging on desperately to just that opportunity, recognizing that this is his last window. He now trying to overturn now that's popular chant for power transition. So where Nigeria's president comes from in 2023, not important. Abubakar Malami comments, do you concur, Jafar?
Do I concur that where the president comes is?
Yes,
Yeah,
do
I
you
concur.
concur? And then do you concur with his underpinning politics of saying that?
I want to believe he's saying that out of his own personal interest, right? So because if the presidency is zoned, if his party zoned it to for instance the southern region, he has two options left: either to ignore the zoning arrangement and go ahead and present himself in the convention as a candidate, or he quit the party. However it goes, it would not be a good outcome for the party. So I just pity them in PDP. I know they have a lot to do. I hope they can get their acts together. But to me, it's just dead on arrival.
Do you think if Atiku doesn't get that ticket of PDP, it will prove to be a missed opportunity for Nigeria, just like we missed on Awolowo? So is it like sort of like an owl figure essentially in Nigerian politics now, Atiku?
No, I don't think it would be a missed opportunity for Nigeria. I think personally, I believe it will be a very good thing for Nigeria, because I personally would not vote for him, because I don't agree with him on basically almost everything, especially his economic agenda. I don't buy it for 1 second. I don't believe.
You don't believe in free market?
I don't believe in free market in total. I don't believe in free. I believe the state has a role in the means of production of the country, because a government cannot be about only the rich. And what free market economy does is that it creates a wide disparity between the have and the have-nots.
So are you a socialist, Jafar? Are you a socialist?
I am a democratic socialist. Let's put it that way.
Even the Soviets gave up on it eventually.
No, that's a difference.
He's Bernie Sanders' disciple.
Yes.
Democratic socialist.
Yeah, I'm not a communist. So don't mix it up.
But you know, in a funny way, your two politics are aligned, you know, just from my interactions with you, Ajanle Koko and Jafar. Just your people-centric sort of politics, power to the people sort of people. In a funny way, your politics broadly aligns. But
I believe in free market. I don't believe that government can have stake, but not control. When government control, government doesn't run things well.
No, government don't know how to run business.
It has happened here in the West before they abandoned that style of control and give it to experts or people that really know the job well to run it. They can have a stake, you know, and what they do behind that, aside that, is to formulate policy to make business runs in the society well. That is it. But government control, no, it doesn't work. I mean, if here in America, I'm telling you, if you go to government offices, other than the infrastructure and the better working condition, I'm telling you, it's the same way they operate like our people back home. They don't dress so special. They're just ordinary people. But, you know, they will do their job efficiently because the control measure is there, and all the infrastructure that they needed to do their job efficiently is put in place for them. Unlike our home that they don't have computer, they don't have everything. The furniture look bad and this and that. There's no efficiency. But, you know, they're just the same. If you go to a big city like New York, it's like the same offices back home, ministries, the way it is structured, the same thing. So government, I don't believe that government should control businesses. It's not their job.
It has never worked anywhere in the world.
It doesn't work well.
So that is not what we are proposing.
You're fading a little bit, Jafar.
We never. That's not what we are proposing. We never propose a nationalization of the means of production of the state. Of course, democratic socialism requires that government have interest in the sensitive economic area of our nation, like our petroleum resources is sensitive, both in terms of our economy and national security, our defense, industrial complex, and all those areas that have to do with our sovereignty have to belong to Nigeria. Because to me, government is not a business for private business. Because if you say, for instance, okay, it's free market, a market society, the market will determine the price. Then in real terms, I mean, there is no price control.
There'll be government regulations to manage the space, so they won't really let it run wild, but they will be running companies.
Can I add something, Jafar?
Yes, sir.
Economics has shown that when government gives price regulation, it leads to crumbling economies in most times. I think what government can do is create policies to allow constructive competition. It is competition that drives down prices of goods. When there is variety, automatically the consumer will have more options, and you don't have.
I agree with you. That's what I say. In that policy, they usually say let the market determine the price, which means they are talking about the competitiveness of the market. I personally do not agree with it. Because
do you know if the market... Sorry, land your point here.
Because at times, if you allow the market to determine the price, my great-grandmother in my village, where maybe there is no road leading to that village, will be at a disadvantage. And I think it is the responsibility of the government to make sure that the weakest among us in the society is taken care of. I think government has the responsibility.
Jafar, do you know what happens when the market does not determine the price? What happens when the market does not determine the price is subsidy. So if something is to be sold for, if the market price for something is 10 naira and the government wants it to be sold for 6 naira, that 4 naira still has to be facilitated for somehow. So they have to insulate that 4 naira. So that is subsidy. And that, of course, still coming from the national coffers. So it's even bad economics, that sort of, it's just bad economics all the way through. But that's just my own. You see, I'm not an expert, though, it's just my lay view.
I don't. So do you support the removal of subsidy in the petroleum sector in Nigeria?
I support it. Not only do I support it, I do not actually believe that they subsidize petroleum in Nigeria. I think they just use that as a storyline to loot money. But I support. But I may not support it fully though, just on the impact it will. But a gradual phasing out, creating. If Dangote can hurry up with whatever it's doing, and then they can just remove the subsidy, But that subsidy is just free for all, That's just daddy's pocket money, isn't it? Thank you, Jafar. So still on that space, you're speaking to Jafar, the space of economics. Buhari said that even till the last minute, until he hands over the keys to anybody who will be borrowing, even the taxi ride home from Aso Rock back to Daura, he will still borrow that on the Nigerian state. We will keep borrowing trillions in Nigeria's interest. Finance Minister Zainab Ahmed. So what are you now just making of this heavy weight of debt that the Nigerian state is carrying? And do you think that these debts are being used judiciously? So Buhari's heavy borrowing, Jafar.
So when it comes to the borrowing, in as much as I I endorse the idea of assisting the less privileged in our society through the Empower project, even though I don't have evidence, I don't have material evidence that our people actually benefited from it. So that would be a debate for another day. But the idea is laudable. The idea that we could reach out to the less privileged in society and help them out during difficult times. The idea is good. Would I want to borrow money to do that? I would definitely not do that if I'm in charge, because that to me is recurrent expenditure. That's not a capital investment. But having said that, if we have to be honest to ourselves, why are we borrowing money for capital investment? It took us more than 20 years. Nigeria has not invested in its defense. It has not invested in its police, in its infrastructure, road, sea, rail, air. No investment whatsoever. A nation we cannot grow the economy with a stagnant infrastructure. So if that money is taken and invested in our capital, in our infrastructure, I don't have a problem with that, because I knew very well that every appropriation bill for the past 20 years, monies were budgeted for those same projects, and they were never done. Monies were borrowed. Monies were borrowed for buildings of road, bridges around the country. It was never done. The money went missing. There was no money, no roads. No money, no airport. No money, no schools. So whether this administration borrowed the money to put this infrastructure or not, any other administration, there is just no way. Nigeria cannot continue without infrastructure. We cannot grow without infrastructure.
Jafar, where is our Nigerian air? The one they launched. Imagine we cannot even travel.
You know that guy Sarika that says he was doing Nigerian Airways. He just took some money and pocketed it. But a classic example of what you're saying, Jafar, since 1999, this is just me going from memory, so don't quote me on it. Since 1999, when Obasanjo came in, they have been budgeting almost every year for Lagos Ibadan Expressway. It's still a debt trap. So going on 25 years of building just one stretch of road that you budget for every year. So that's just the thing. They will borrow money and anyway. So that is Buhari for you. Let me take you to, unless you want to round off your thoughts on that, then I'll take you to this final talking point, which is in the Eastern Quarters. You are the first person to speak on this. It is Joe Igbokwe, their favorite son in the East. He says, 2023, Nigerians won't trust Igbo with power until Biafra agitation stops, says APC chieftain Igbokwe. So this, I brought this really because it speaks to something that we were discussing yesterday, that does the Eastern Quarters or the Nigerian space an apology. So a high-profile name within those quarters speaks to that point, saying that the agitation itself is something that should stop. So what are you just making? Round off your thoughts on the previous talking point and sweep that up as well, Jafar.
So if I have to say something about the loan, I only pray that the loan that we are taking as a nation is actually put into capital investment that we need. If that is done, that will be a good legacy for the president. Because we actually really need that. We need those roads. We need the bridges. We need infrastructure. We need infrastructure. We can't continue like that. I hope, like he said today, that by the end of his administration, most of the capital project will be commissioned. I wish him luck on that. I wish we get to that. Okay, having said that, coming back to the East with the Commissioner Ibokwe statement that he doesn't think, actually, I think he said he doesn't think the Igbos are ready for any leadership role as president coming 2023 because he thinks the rest
Can
of
I
the
interject
country.
1 minute?
Go ahead, sir.
Jafar, you see on the borrowing, the point now is that they want to continue borrowing to fund the budget and not for infrastructure anymore, as they claim they were doing. Where are the infrastructure that we have seen that they have done that is making a meaningful impact in the life of the people? Have they built a good hospitals across the country? Are all the federal roads in good shape? Is electricity functioning better than before? So the question is that the money they claim they are borrowing, we have not seen what they invested the money on. And now they want to continue borrowing to fund budget because they are paying, they are servicing debt with the entirety of the revenue. A good government that are frugal in spending, when they borrow, they invest on what will generate revenue. Buhari is building rail to Niger, to Niger, between Niger and Castina. This is an area of no economic activity. This is an area that will not contribute nothing to the GDP of the country. If he invests that money on the, on rail line within Lagos or between Lagos and the East, where economic activity flows, if we build strong rail or a build port at the East and build port at Port Harcourt and build port where economic activity can flow, that can generate the money as quick as possible, that we can pay the money back, we will see it. But it's using that money to build rail between Niger and Castina, where there's no economic activity. This is, you don't spend money that you borrow you don't put it on, you don't spend it on wisely in such a way that we not achieve the purpose that you borrow the money for in the first place. That is the problem.
I'm sorry, Ajani Koko. I don't think you are being fair to the government when you make those statements. You are not being fair to them. If you ask where are the projects, I will give you one example. Then I can give you other examples. I will give you the first rail, Lagos Ibadan Railway. It was started. The project started during this dispensation.
No, that's not true. No, that's not true. It started during Jonathan's period.
No, the one that started during Jonathan's period was the Abuja Kaduna. Abuja Kaduna started during Jonathan, and it was completed by Buhari. The Lagos Ibadan started under Buhari and completed under Buhari. And
I think that's broadly true, yeah.
And a lot of people are taking advantage of it. It's helping our people. It is helping our people. That's a fact. So no matter how we might not disagree with the government, but a logical thing, a rational thing to do is that
when they do something that is good, let's be at least honest on this platform.
Another credit that hold on, Jafar, and sorry, another credit that I give the Buhari administration as well is the second Niger bridge. So if they're able to complete that, then you cannot take that away from him. But if you wanted to say
the second Niger bridge, you are saying one man. The second Niger bridge is almost paid for, almost completely paid for by Jonathan. It was Jonathan administration, so don't give credit to him.
And the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway too, the railway too, that was paid for by Jonathan, but still constructed under Buhari. Yeah.
Yes.
Rail transportation.
So they didn't start the. Okay.
You see, we are missing something very, very important. Rail transportation is only good for cargo transport. That's where you maximize profit in rail transportation. When you use rail transportation for only passengers, you don't make profit.
No. The facility is there for cargo as well.
So how many cargos have they used that?
No, but the facility is there for cargo as well. The train stations are already built. So if the purpose tilts in that, then they just get wagons and attach it to already.
It seems as if this transport is for light rail. They are doing light rail.
No. That is a dual. What's it called? It has a specific. It can carry cargo. That's the thing. You know what they're actually intending to do? They are intending to extend it all the way to Tinkan Island. So from berthing those ships, you just put them on the train and you lump them all the way to Ibadan, where they will then create a warehousing sort of a space to then, because you know that Lagos Ibadan is the gateway to all of the country. You go east, you go west, you go wherever, you go to the north. So that's the master plan. So that is the plan.
Okay, Ajali Koko, let me address the issue of the rail line linking in Katsina and Maradi in Niger.
Yes, Fulani Railway. Yes, what's the justification?
Yes, because the president gave a reasonable explanation why he decided to connect Katsina and Maradi. The Minister of Transport, I listened to his interview. He gave the economic importance of that network, which is, I think he said, about 100 kilometers between Kano and Maradi. Okay. The president said in his conversation with the former president of Niger, he discovered that Niger, which is an oil-producing country now, ship its oil and its goods through Benin Republic port. Then he had to convince them that it would be cheaper for you people to use our port in Lagos, so that it would be a win-win situation. I think that's an economic that's an economic benefit. If actually Nigeria can connect with its neighbors. So I don't see it. I understand the propaganda, and I understand the talking point about the Fulanization and all those. I get it.
How do you control?
I get all that one. But I want to remind Ajali Koko that a couple of weeks ago, Minister Fashola was in Cross River State commissioning the road built by Nigeria, linking Nigeria to Cameroon. I didn't see any outrage from the South. Why would Nigeria be building roads in Cameroon? I didn't see any outrage.
But your fault. Look at the initial Nickel Expressway. That's a fellow god. Why had be that word? See, you guys
all cannot. I'm sorry, Charles. All cannot be done. This is a situation that has been abandoned. There was no investment in terms of infrastructure for Nigeria for many years.
Jafar, let me tell you.
You can't make it up in. I mean, many administration came. They didn't do anything. They stole the money. So all those things that were not done, one administration cannot complete it. Buhari can never complete it. So the next administration that comes, we should. You say what?
Japan. There's nobody. We are not saying that they should not borrow for infrastructure, but government should be able to prioritize what they want to invest that infrastructure, that kind of infrastructure.
Railway.
Not look, if they open that semi border,
that's where
line,
economics is.
That open us to the whole of our West, and the most business that we do with our neighboring countries, largely the larger percentage of it flow on that route, not Niger. So
what is even in Niger? I don't know that there's anything in Niger.
Niger imports most of its things through Nigeria.
How much are the things they import?
They don't have an economy, but they don't have money. So
what do you mean they don't have an economy? Niger is almost a failed producing country.
It's a failed state.
It's almost a failed state now.
The Niger of today is not the Niger of 40 years ago.
It's almost a failed state now.
No, Niger is not a failed state. I'm sorry, Niger is not the first state. Here is a country that successfully organized an election. There was a peaceful transition of power from one president to the other. How does that make it a failed state?
Is Niger as stable as Togo, as Benin, as Ghana, as those countries we see that link to our Idiroko and Badagry land? Are they as stable as those countries around that area?
They are more stable than Chad. They are more stable than Cameroon. That is our closest neighbor.
No.
All right. All right. Thank you, Jafar and Ajanle Koko. I know you will never agree on that. Jafar, do you think that do you think this conversation is more about tribalism than anything else? Is that what you're hinting at?
Yeah, it is.
So you think hold on, Janle Koko, you think when people hear Niger Republic, they immediately have images of Jamja weed and just people, dusty, dirty people, and this is what they're speaking to?
No, Southerners say Buhari is building the rail in Maradi because he said he has cousins there.
Yes, he said so.
Which might not be wrong. Maradi, the ruling house in Maradi are relatives of the ruling house of Katsina. It's one people. During the jihad, the Hausa kingdom, the Hausa king of Katsina, during the jihad war, because Katsina was one of the last battle during the war to fall. So they moved out. Maradi in Hausa means like a refuge where you go to prepare to counter attack. So there is a historical link between Maradi and Katsina. That's a historical fact. Most people in Katsina have relatives in Maradi. It's a fact. There is just no way. So they do business together. They do everything together.
So that is why we're building the rail.
Family
more importantly.
It might be.
Yeah,
but he didn't say that. He said he gave an economic benefit for that rail there. The minister supported it, and listening
the minister
to them
has no choice. The minister was appointed by him.
Listening to them speak, economically, it makes sense to me. If I take out all the emotion, and I believe you guys, if you take the emotions out and just listen to the economic benefit, it will equally make sense to you.
Well, but do you know? Hold on, Charles. Jafar, do you know what our value cost means?
I do.
Okay, so the value cost of something is what you forgo for doing it. So if I wanted if I went to the shop with $1 and biscuit is going for $1 and cake is going for $1, if I decide to go for the biscuit, the cost of that biscuit is not just the $1 that I'm spending, but the cake that I'm foregoing. because that dollar can only buy the one item. So the value cost of that Fulani railway that Buhari is building are the more economic driver projects that $2 billion could have. Look at Lagos. Look at the Apapa Wharf. That trailers are falling over. The whole place that is the biggest port in Africa. $500 million will fix that, and the economic value immediate and instant. Look at the ports we're saying to open in the east. The economic value immediate and instant. But what economic value is in a Fulani Railway other than a vanity project for some 80-year-old man? But
the same economic value you have in the Fulani Railway is the same economic value you have in the Yoruba Railway that links Lagos to Ibadan.
Lagos and Ibadan are both in Nigeria. Maradi is in another country. But there we are. Let me take you to this space finally, Jafar. So this I only gave the headline for, but I have a short clip that just gives you a bigger feel. Chiwetalu Agu was arrested for soliciting support for IPOB. So this is a veteran, well-noted Igbo actor that is in the Eastern space, just going about his business. He sympathizes, of course, with the IPOB space and is wearing their regalia. Sufficient enough then for the army to brutalize him. Watch this, Jafar, and everyone else. Okay. So, to Jafar and everyone else, a little bit of a feel of what you just saw. Chiwa Talu Agu was arrested for soliciting support for IPOB. That's the Nigerian army you saw arresting him. The Nigerian army has said that Nollywood actor Chiwa Talu was arrested for soliciting support for IPOB. This was contained in a statement by the director Abe Public Relations, Onyema Nwachukwu, in response to inquiries. Dressed in a very well-known attire of the proscribed group, Chiwatala Agu was picked up for questioning while inciting members of the public to join the proscribed group, Nwachukwu said. Although a viral video of the arrest showed that Agu was being harassed by men of the Nigerian army, Nwachukwu said he was not assaulted or subjected to brutalization. So, Fashion Police, this now seems to be one of the briefs of the Nigerian army. What are you making of that, Jafar?
I love the actor. I watch a lot of his movie. I like him as a person, but I personally don't understand why he was engaged in propaganda, or let me say, how do I put it? Why he was engaged in such activity, knowing fully well that IPOB has been proscribed as a terrorist group in Nigeria. So I wish he had not done it. But where I have an issue, and which is a very serious problem, that our country is becoming like a military state. And I understand the army at times can play the role of police when issue of public order is concerned. But for goodness sake, I think he was caught at Onitsha. Maybe they should have allowed the police do their job. So I really don't know why the army should get involved in such petty stuff.
Jafar, I suppose we should be thankful that they did not shoot him. Because that is
what didn't Jafar say is one programmer? Jafar, Nigeria is a programmer. Nigeria's the programmer. Nigeria is forcing people to be in one Nigeria. They're forcing them to be in one Nigeria for no reason. Why should be one Nigeria when they killing people? People are suffering and dying. No one Nigeria. They are the programmer. They're forcing them to be in this country.
So Charles, let me address that issue. You see, people from the East keep saying, why are people...
Sorry, Jafar, before you address that, just bear in mind that Charles is quite young, and the sum total... sorry, Charles, let me expose you a little bit. Charles has only ever been to Nigeria for 1 week in his life, so I don't know. So just bear that in mind as you address him.
No, yeah, I'm not when I'm speaking, I'm not actually referring to Charles.
Yeah, but to the broader...
I'm
okay, go on.
To the broader general stance, you see. I personally I believe in self-determination. I don't believe that anybody should be forced to be part of an organization they don't like. That's my belief. I don't believe that you can force patriotism. Patriotism is not something you can decree. It's a feeling. It's individual. You can't force people to be part of the country. But where I have an issue with the agitation is that you guys fully know well that the Constitution of Nigeria does not make room for referendum or plebiscite. It's not going to happen. It will be unconstitutional. There is no provision that allowed any sitting president to organize a referendum in Nigeria. So I had this conversation with one of my friends here. It was like a very heated debate. I'm like, okay, good. You guys want a referendum. The coalition of northern groups, as we speak, 2 months ago, are in court, in the Federal High Court in Abuja, trying to ask the court to force the National Assembly to pass a law that allows people to express their desire if actually they want to be part of the country called Nigeria or not. But none of your group, none of the group in Southeast has actually joined in that case or even approached the court to force the National Assembly to organize a referendum or even go through their representative, their senators, their House of Representative member to move a motion in the National Assembly that calls for the passage of a law that could permit the Nigerian state to organize a referendum. So to some of us, we think it's a joke. We just think the agitation is just like child's play. They really don't know what they want.
You know that Nigeria was supposed to be a country. No? You know that. Nigeria was supposed to be a country. Don't lie. That's the truth. The British forced Nigeria to be a country. That you should look what happened in Europe. Europe is a good example. I'm saying, Soviet Union, Russia was a huge country. Then Russia divided to small countries. Nigeria shouldn't be a country. Nigeria should be a small country. Nigeria shouldn't be a country. That's the truth.
No, but unfortunately, Nigeria is a country.
Nigeria was supposed to be a country.
Charles, Nigeria. No, okay, but Nigeria. Hold on. Hold on. The United States was created by the British too. So what are you talking? Canada was created by the British.
Why did Russia split? Why did Ukraine become a country? Ask yourself that. Why did Ukraine become a country? Why did Poland become a country? Why? They part of Russia.
Anybody that wants to split, there are provisions to split.
That's what I'm saying.
But if you choose to take arms, so that's a choice.
I'm keep saying that you were forced to be country. That's it too.
No. Sorry. Who created the United States of America, Charles? You live there. Who created that country?
The British.
There you are.
But here's the difference. You were forced. They able to want to be in Nigeria. They were forced to be in Nigeria.
So the American who are the original indigents of the United States?
The Native Americans.
There you are. So did they, of their own will, join in the formation of that country? Were they consulted?
No.
There you are. So.
But you gotta believe that you gotta know the truth that you were supposed to be country. That's the truth.
Yeah, as was the United States and Canada and India and Pakistan and Kenya that you always go to. Which country was not forced What's so unique and peculiar about this thing that you say all the time? What is so unique and peculiar about Nigeria being created?
I'm heading to the truth to tell you. Even though you're Nigeria, you know James Nigeria, know the truth that you're forced to become. That's the truth.
Nobody has ever contended that. But what is the greater point that you are making?
Saying your brother that you are forced to be country.
No, Jafar is not saying it wasn't. He's saying that Nigeria is a country now. It is a country now. But it is. It is.
We don't even look alike. That's the problem.
Of course we do.
That should split. Nigeria should be so many countries.
Yeah, but that's a different thing. So it is a country now, but you want it to split. But that is a different thing. But it is a country now.
Yeah, Nigeria should be a country. Why should it be a country? We're suffering. Why can't you be a country? People are dying, hunger.
People are dying everywhere. Where? Name one place that people are not dying. Do you know the Rohingyas in Myanmar? Go to Myanmar. Go to Myanmar and look at the plight of the Rohingyas.
This is why all Africans are laughing at us.
What do you mean laughing at us?
Don't want to hear the truth.
What truth? What truth are you?
People are dying.
Okay, no. Stay in that space. What truth are you saying that you say people are not?
Woman, come on, man. Come on.
But are people saying that, man? Hold on, Charles. Hold on,
Charles. The truth will set you free.
Yes, I know. You say that all the time. But Charles, where in the world are people not dying? Where?
But woman, I just said, why other African countries laughing at us? I just said that. Why are other
which African countries laughing at? Which African countries laughing at Nigeria?
Yeah, they are. That's the truth.
The average African person wants to be a Nigerian.
No, that's the woman. That's the reason why did South Africa kill Nigeria? The reason why.
Out of envy, the Nigerians are going there to take their women.
Niger is laughing at you.
Woman,
and you have a refugee in Niger from Nigeria.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure that Niger is now.
That's what I'm saying. See, I know the truth. Nigeria is an evil country. Come on, man. The image of you show the world how the country will see you. The image. That you talking about the image, killing people. People killing in Berlin. Look at Berlin State. People kill every day. One time people kill every day in Nigeria. Come on, man. That should be a country.
But that
should be a country. Come on, man. You know the truth.
All right, Charles. But Nigeria, do you concede that Nigeria is a country?
No, Nigeria should be. Nigeria,
no, I'm not saying it should be. Is it a country? Is Nigeria a country?
To me, Nigeria is a failed state.
That wasn't the question. That wasn't the question. Is Nigeria a country?
Yeah, Nigeria is an evil country that kills people. Yeah,
well, there you are. So if whether it shouldn't be or it should be, it is a country. So that is the reality. It is a country.
And Nigeria for your safety. And Nigeria now for your safety. And Nigeria now for your safety.
All right. Thank you, Charles.
Nigeria. And Nigeria now for your safety. May God bless the people who know the truth.
All right. Thank you, Charles. As ever, Charles, not a fan of the Nigerian state. So let me go to Ife next. And so thank you, Jafar. Jafar, do you want to round off your thoughts before I go on to Ife?
No, that's fine.
So you're fading a little bit anyway. But let me go on to Ife then, as we seem to be losing you slightly. So Ife, to you then.
One man, please, let me enter before you go to Ife. Jafar was making justification for the building of that rail line between Niger and
just call it Fulani Railway. That's the proper name. Fulani Railway. Yes.
And the loan that the nation borrowed, which part of the country will pay that loan, will generate that revenue to pay that loan? Is it Katsina or Lagos or South? Which part of the country? Obviously, obviously it's not Katsina.
Is that a question for me?
Yes, a question. Which part of the country is going to generate that revenue to pay that debt?
The same part of the country that will generate the revenue to pay for the Yoruba rail line.
What do you say?
The same part of the country that will generate revenue to pay for the Yoruba rail line.
Oh, so it's the same part of the country. That's the south, right?
Is it the only
south
south that will generate money to pay for the Yoruba rail line?
Oh, yes. How much do you generate from the north or from the Castina?
To do what?
Eh?
To do what?
How much does the entire north generate to the GDP of Nigeria?
How much does Ekiti State generate?
How much does Ekiti State generate?
Yeah.
No, don't look at it. I'm talking about the entire north. No. Yeah. I'm talking about, hold on. I'm talking about the entire north.
Okay, let's talk
compare it to the entire south. Hold on.
Yes, compare
it to the entire south.
Good. I like the conversation. So when people from the north import cars or import stuff and land on the Lagos airport and land in Lagos, the seaport, do they pay taxes or not?
How many? I mean, what's the percentage of the stuff that northerner import?
I don't know.
Oh, so you compare to what the southerner import.
So are you trying to tell me that
can you compare the two?
Of consumption, the southerner consume more than the northerners?
What in terms of what?
Consumption.
Consumption of what?
Of everything, goods and services. Because we are talking about taxes here.
Yes. The
southerners consume more than the northerners.
Oh yes, we consume more than you.
What do you consume?
And that is why. Hold on. That is why we generate more VAT than you guys.
You don't generate VAT. You don't generate VAT because you consume more than us. You generate Lagos State generate VAT because all the headquarters of the banking sectors are in Lagos. All the banks. All the
and what is responsible? What is responsible to that?
National policy. National policy.
No, it's not a national policy. It's because
national policy.
No, hold on. Let me tell you. It's because Lagos, is a commercial capital of Nigeria that is open to the world. And that is why you see that 80% of the banking transaction is done in Lagos. Hold on.
Not the transaction.
Even in the bank, if you are talking about the entire bank.
Not the
transaction. Hold on. Transaction one. Hold on. The banking
of headquarters and transaction.
Yes, even the headquarters and the transaction. It's largely in Lagos because Lagos is the capital, is the economic capital of Nigeria. If Lagos break away, Nigeria break away. Lagos contributes 21. Hold on. Lagos contributes. Hold on. Lagos contributes 20% to the GDP of Nigeria. 20%. To the GDP of Nigeria. The entire north does not contribute as much as 20% that Lagos alone contribute to the GDP of Nigeria. Tell me, the president is building, and you see the president is building rail line, borrowing money that we are going to generate revenue to pay, is building it there, is not building something that will benefit us down here in Lagos.
Ajali Kokoya, anti-North propaganda is
I'm not anti-North. It's just the truth. It's not anti-North. I don't hate North.
I have never
hate North. Don't tag me out. No. I don't hate North. I don't hate North. But when you see a government, when you see a president that
you said, you are an anti-Northerner.
I'm not anti-Northerner. Look, let me tell you, that is just a fact. You know it's a fact.
Anti-Northerner, don't take your propaganda and try to make it as a fact.
No, this is not anti-North. That is just a fact. You know the fact. Don't defend it defensible.
Okay.
Don't defend it defensible. How much does the North generate to the GDP of Nigeria? You tell me.
I don't want to comment on the VAT issue, but let me tell you, put it on record that I told you today.
Yeah.
Lagos State has passed legislature. River State passed legislature for VAT collection, right?
Yeah.
If it goes to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court agrees that states are the ones to collect VAT,
All the 36 states of Nigeria would pass their VAT law. All the 36, every state will have its VAT law. Then
they will do what? Every state will do what? I can't hear you.
They will pass their own legislation for collection of VAT. And take it on record. You can quote me anywhere.
Yeah.
The northern state will insist any bank, any telecommunication network that wants to do business in the north will definitely have to have its headquarters in the north. That you can quote me anywhere.
That is fine. That is fine. That is the way we can build. Hold on. That is the way. That is the way we can build a nation. That is the way we can build a nation. If we don't do that, then you cannot be taken from Peter to pay Paul.
The money Lagos State is generating as VAT.
Are you saying that? Are you saying
that they did?
Are you saying that this system of robbing Peter to pay Paul is better? Is that what you're saying?
Nobody is robbing anyone. Nobody
come on, Jafar. Come on, Jafar, man. Come on, Jafar.
To pay anyone.
Come on, Jafar.
If I make a phone call in Katsina, I pay taxes on the phone call I make, and it is paid in Lagos. Okay.
No, it doesn't matter. Let them go and have their headquarters. If it is, if you have what you got to look. Let me tell you, the argument is this. I mean, your northern state cannot be lazy. You can't have lazy people administrating your state, and you think that place is going to be better.
For you to say northerners are lazy means you have no idea. You don't even know the northerners.
You have bad administrators there. You have bad administrators. You don't have competent people managing your economy for you over there. And that's why you cannot generate.
Let's be mindful of the language.
That is why you cannot financially sustain your state.
Thank you, Jafar and
Your first statement is the reason why the South
why should we be paying for what you enjoy over there? That is injustice. That is economic injustice.
It's not like the northerners
hold on, Ajanle Koko and Jafar. So merit in both arguments. What Jafar is saying essentially, if you look at the Nigerian map, just in terms of the landmass alone, the weight of the Nigerian space is towards the north. So, and you cannot, and the strength of the Nigerian economy, it's its market, and a large size of that market is in the north. So you might well say that Lagos is the driver, but certainly they need that consumption in the north as well. So I think really merits on both sides. So there's logic to both stances, I must say. But I think
that is their argument, and it's not a right. It's incorrect argument that because the North consume more. That is not true.
No, not necessarily consumes more, but that consumption is part of the weight of the economy.
Look, and that is the reason why their governors have to develop the economy of their state to generate more. If they believe, hold on. If that argument is right, Jafar, let me speak. You will speak your own. If they believe,
I want to ask you a question.
No, let me complete this. Let me complete this point. If they believe they have the population that can really generate that wealth for them, can really generate that revenue for them, why don't you develop your economy and use this tax, to generate revenue that can financially sustain your place? But you don't do that. You only depend on the that we take from the town to develop your place.
Okay, let's do it this way. Ask your question, Jafar. Ajanle Koko address it, and then we move on to effect.
I want Ajanle Koko to tell me what effort did any of the Lagos state governor made in terms of banking sector and telecommunication to have their headquarters in Lagos.
What do you mean by what effort? What do you mean by what effort?
Taxes to Lagos. What do you mean by what do you mean by what effort have Lagos State made for
the communication to do what? What do you mean?
What Jafar is saying, in essence, Jafar, if I may just paraphrase what I think you're saying, is that I think we've had this conversation before, that the Lagos space, the economy of Lagos, is essentially propelled by the by the might of the Nigerian economy, because Lagos is essentially a service economy, with the banking, the insurance, the this, that, and the other, all of them service industries, and all of that service industry is servicing the entirety of the country. So a lot of Lagos economy is predicated upon the might of the Nigerian economy. And Jafar is saying that the northern space is an integral part, a crucial part of that economic mix. Is that a good summary of what you're saying, Jafar?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so to that, Ajan Lekoko.
I still don't understand that question. I still don't understand that question.
Okay, Lagos is, you say Lagos, as Jafar said, the headquarters of telecoms there, the headquarters of insurance there, the headquarters of banking there, even oil companies, they are there. All of these are national spread industries. So they're not peculiar to Lagos, but they are in Lagos because Lagos, for a very long time, the capital, and still essentially the commercial nerve of the country. So, and that commercial nerve, a lot of it is predicated upon the Nigerian sovereign state, and not anything that Lagos itself is peculiar to. So that's that. You remember when I said Lagos was just a sleepy fishing village? So that is essentially what Jafar is saying. That Lagos is just a fishing.
Let me tell you something. Lagos is geographically located in a space that is open to the world. It's open to international world. It's open to other parts of West Africa. Lagos is the sixth largest economy in Africa. Nigeria will lose more if Nigeria want to disconnect from Lagos. That is what I know. So those companies that set up their headquarters, hold on. Those companies that set up more. Nigeria will lose more.
What will Lagos base its economy on if it comes out of Nigeria?
Lagos State, I've told you, the geographical location. Lagos is moving. It's open to other parts of the world where Nigeria rely on to move to other parts of the world. If
Lagos
you want to
shares
move
the same coastline with Benin Republic, Togo, etc., but we don't see it.
That's what I'm saying. If you are coming from the north, does the north have a coastline? They don't have. They have to come to Lagos. All right. So they depend more on us for anything coming to them and to go out. So how do you say they depend on Lagos? So if Lagos is not there, they're going to be landlocked. They cannot be open to the world. So Lagos is serving them, is there for their existence. Take Lagos out.
I would say it's more of a symbiotic relationship.
Hold on. Let me tell you, Lagos can do without them. They cannot do without Lagos. They will suffer more economically. They will suffer more economically. That's what I'm telling you.
What you are talking about, Ajali Koko.
All right. So
why do you have everybody? Why do you have everybody coming to Lagos? Why can't everybody stay in their homeland?
It's the commercial.
Is the location of Lagos that gives that Lagos that strength?
All right.
Lagos feed other parts of Nigeria. Take Lagos out, Nigeria is done.
Why did Benin Republic become like Lagos?
Why didn't Benin Republic become like Lagos?
Yes.
Do you know that Lagos is connected to Benin? Do you know that?
I know.
And that is why we are saying instead of
this
Buhari, that is why we are saying if this
Cotonou like Lagos.
What you say?
Is Cotonou like Lagos?
Is Cotonou like Lagos?
Yes, sir.
In terms of what? What do you mean?
No, what he's saying is they share the same coastline. So if you are saying the coastline is the magic, is the unique selling point of Lagos, what Jafar is saying is Cotonou shares the same coastline with Lagos.
This is what I said earlier. That when you develop your economy, you develop your economy to generate more generate more revenue that will stimulate your economy. You generate more wealth. And that is what Lagos have done.
Yeah,
that is what we have in Lagos.
Hold on. Just to that space. Cotonou shares the same coastline.
Let me tell you, hold on. Cotonou, you know the situation with Cotonou is that France is still controlling that place. They did not allow those people to control their economy and develop their economy in such a way that we work well for them. That is the problem. Cotonou is under the control of France, directly or indirectly.
So you don't concede
that is the problem.
You don't concede that the wealth of Lagos, that the Nigerian state is a contributory factor to the
Nigerian
wealth of Lagos.
state is not contributory. Let me tell you, it is Nigerian state that is taken from Lagos. Do you know how much they generate in that Tinker Island? Nigerian state generates from Tinker Island. Tinker Island is in Lagos.
Who are the goods for that comes through Tinker Island? Who are the goods for?
Their goods is for all Nigerians.
There you are.
It's for all Nigerians. And that is why we said Lagos is hold on, woman. That's why I said Lagos is strategically located in such a way that is open to the world and it brings things to other parts of Nigeria. Cut Lagos off, Nigeria is gone.
Cut Nigerians off, there will be no Lagos.
Oh, look at you. You are just arguing stage. You know, cut Lagos off. Lagos will survive, man. Nigeria cannot survive. Nigeria cannot survive without Lagos. It's Lagos that is building Nigeria. This Lagos, only one state, contributing 20% to the GDP of Lagos. I mean, to the GDP of Nigeria. 20%. What are you talking about?
Ajanle Koko, it's a symbiotic relationship, Lagos and Nigeria. Lagos
forget about Nigeria.
Lagos will struggle to survive without Nigeria because we've seen people with the same coastline not amounting to much. Nigeria will struggle without Lagos.
Let Nigeria abandon Lagos. Leave Lagos alone. Then you will see what will happen to Nigeria.
Okay.
Let Nigerians take that courage. Look, if Nigeria is such a big power, let Nigerians take that courage and abandon Lagos. Then you will see, look, it's only 5 states in the whole of the Federation that can survive economically if there is no this nonsense of feeding bottle economy that they feed all states.
Name them.
Lagos, Rivers, Oyo, Anambra, and Kano. Only Kano in the whole north. Only Kano in the whole north. Only Kano state in the whole world.
Tell me.
Only Kano state in the whole world, in the whole north. Only Kano. Take Kano out, the whole north will collapse.
So let me ask you, what is the IGR of Kaduna State? What is the IGR of Osun State?
Forget about that.
You see? Well,
you don't need. Look, I have told you. Did I mention Osun?
Sorry. Ajanle Koko, let me answer that question.
I did not mention Osun. Osun will collapse. Osun will collapse as well.
Let me answer that question. The IGR of Kaduna State is Malam El Rufai's relationship with Malam Buhari. That is their IGR. that is it.
Oh,
they have nothing. What do they have? Nothing.
Jafar, I did not mention Osun State. Osun will collapse. But I'm saying in the whole of the northern space, it's only Kano that can stand. That is ridiculous. What kind of useless country is that? You have a bunch of nonsense states that cannot economically survive on their own. but they have to be fed by federal government every time. What kind of useless economy is that? They should pack up and go.
You see, this is why I always tell you to take it easy. Ajanle Koko, you've made Jafar leave, but thank you, Jafar. Do come back. That's just Ajanle Koko. It means no. It's just the passion.
He's a thin-skinned guy. I don't think.
No, he's not a thin-skinned guy. It's probably
No.
system. I'm sure he'll be
I
back.
think his system. What I'm saying is his system must have forgot. I said Jafar is a guy that have a thick skin. It cannot.
No.
Thick skin.
All right. Do come back, Jafar. That's just Ajanle Koko. Very passionate about everything. No, he's passionate man. That's just him. But thank you, gentlemen. So let's go on then to Ife. So hopefully Ife to a more sedate tone. So Ife to the space, Anambra under lock and key. Martial law in Anambra State. Ife.
Before I will speak on Anambra, remind me that I also want to speak on Nigeria economy regarding to Lagos, regarding to the whole situation.
Okay, why don't you start from there, since that seems to be what interests you the most?
I want to give a little historical background. Before trade was going towards the northern parts, towards Kano, Cairo, through slave trade. Also, when the Europeans came, before the Europeans came, the Yorubas were all already trading using the ports. There was trade with the Portuguese through the ports. There was trade with the Beninois, like what will now become Republic of Benin now, through Badagry with the Yorubas into the Dahomey Kingdom as the other West African states. Those trade routes were already there before the Europeans came. What the Europeans did was they brought technology to amplify those trade, either for their own, most times for their own benefits. Badagry people used to use the Lagos Lagoon to connect the other tributaries in what will now be Lagos Island. That's why in Badagry today, Badagry has white cap chiefs. So that trade in the Yoruba arena has always been there from time immemorial, even before the whites came. The only opportunity Lagos has is that geographical location that has given it access to the sea. Where I agree with Jafari's national policy, and that's one point. And
we're losing you, Ife.
See, but concentrated only. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're dipping in and out, though.
Can you hear me?
You're dipping in and out, but carry on.
Okay, sorry. So now, where did you get me last? Where do you?
You said where you agree with Jafar is.
Yeah, where I agree with Jafar is after the Civil War, there was a deliberate national policy to make the Biafra part what will not later be the South and the Southeast to depend only on the Southwest because of suspicion. So deliberately, they stopped their airports, they stopped their seaports. Now the pressure was on Lagos because logically, why would they be drilling oil in the southeastern part of the country and
we've lost you again, Ife.
The oil companies are in Lagos.
No. It's a bad connection.
That they want all the headquarters.
No, you're gone again. Sorry,
Can you hear me? You should be able to hear me.
we are heavily more out than in, so we just hear a word and then we lose you again.
Okay, don't worry, you'll get me now. Are you with me now?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so that's why you see that there is agitation in the South that they should bring back all the, what's it called, back to the South. All the headquarters of the oil companies back to the South, which for me is legitimate, but that does not mean that Lagos economy would dwindle, because
what is Lagos? What is Lagos economy predicated upon?
The seaports.
The seaports.
Wait. Seaports trade with the other, what's it called? Trade with the other interlands.
What are you talking about?
Ogun State.
Lagos wealth is based on its relationship with Ogun State. What are you talking about?
Look, even in the world, you find out that coastal lines are places where the economies, where anywhere a seaport is located, because of the services, you know, the economies of those places, you cannot write them off.
Was it Lagos money that built Third Mainland Bridge?
Third Mainland Bridge. I don't know how Third Mainland Bridge came about.
Kata Bridge. Was it Lagos money that built Kata Bridge? Was it Lagos money that built Muritala Mohammed International Airport?
I think it was the Western. It was during the Western.
Babangida built Third Mainland Bridge. What are you talking about? Babangida, he built Third Mainland Bridge.
You can. The project might be handled by federal government, but I'm telling you,
why was it built? Why was it built?
Hold on. The project might be handled by federal government, but I'm telling you, the contribution of Lagos to the national purse, if you want to look at how much Lagos State has contributed.
Let's leave the national port. Let's go to those infrastructures.
You are mentioning.
Hold on. Let's go to those infrastructures. Let's go to that Third Mainland Bridge. What percentage of the money that built Third Mainland Bridge is Lagos money?
Let's be sincere. I think it is the oil money.
Of course, it is the oil money that built Lagos now, which is the federal money.
Look, you are saying
Lagos without federal money is just a fishing village.
You are saying oil money. You don't want to consider the contribution of Lagos to the GDP of Nigeria. 20%.
That contribution is built on is as a result of what the federal government turned Lagos into. It wasn't Lagos that built itself and then contributed. Lagos was the capital of Nigeria up until recently when it was moved to Abuja. Lagos was the seat of government, the headquarters of all the international companies in Nigeria as a result of the governance being in Lagos. So Lagos is essentially a federal project. It's a federal project.
It's not a federal project. One man. You are looking at it as weather project. Look, where was it in the old Western region?
In the old, even before the Europeans came.
Yeah, where I mean the place regarded as Lagos during the Western region time. Do you know it's just from that mainland, from Yaba upward? That was the only part that is regarded as Lagos. Down part, coming to Mushi, Ikeja, and all the rest was part of Western region. Do you know that, woman? It's only from Yaba, mainland and highland and Ikoyi was just Lagos back then. But the rest part come to Mushi, Bangu, Ikeja, and Agege, all of them were under. So what I'm telling you is that you see the contribution of Lagos to the GDP of that nation, be it Lagos' step, is not the federal money that built Lagos. Lagos geographical location, right? Lagos geographical location entices, attracted businesses and an international world to come to Lagos because it's a space that is open to the whole of Nigeria. You come to Lagos, you are in Nigeria. That is the geographical location of Lagos for you.
Let me give you another point again. You see the Lagos Lagoon that runs from that Lagos Lagoon, it runs from Lagos, as in Lagos now, that's Marina. You can pass it down to Ghana, that same lagoon, down to Ghana. So what people did in the old time was that route. That's why you see that there is, if you go to Island, there is, you find the Ghanaians there, you find the Togolese there, you find almost anybody in that West African
everybody, people from Cote d'Ivoire, everybody, they are there.
If you come to Badagry, the same thing. So it has been a trade route.
A trade route for centuries.
Let me forget all that trade route. Lagos was oil was discovered in Nigeria in the late 1950s. That Tinkan Island was built in 76. Murtala Mohammed. You know, Lagos, the airport was built under some military administration or the other. Third Mainland Bridge, Babangida, Qatar Bridge, some federal something. So all of these things that generate wealth for this Lagos state is all federal project. And the good example that makes the point is that Lagos shares a coastline with several other countries along that coastline that goes through Togo, Benin, etc. And their economy has not amounted to much. So it cannot be the coastline of Lagos that is Lagos is a federal project. That's just it. I'm a Yoruba man, so I want to champion Yoruba, but I have to speak to honesty.
Well, let me. Can you allow me to speak on the Port Novo issue you said? Ajanle Koko told you. Ajanle Koko. Meanwhile, Port Novo is not even in French word; it's a Portuguese word. Ajanle Koko told you that it is the French people that are stifling the economy of the francophone countries. Up till now, as we speak, all francophone countries have their central bank in France. Whenever they want to use any money, France will now send money to the country. So France gets double royalty on the monies, on anything they want to do.
If that's not exactly accurate.
That what? That France is not controlling their currency.
Well, it is.
That all the francophone countries have their central banks in France. That's not accurate.
Are you talking about Algeria, places like that?
No, I'm talking about our own West African countries because the how do they call this? Their union.
CFA.
They have this bank, this Afrique Central. They have this Central African Central Bank, which is headquartered in Yaoundé in Cameroon.
No, that's just shell nonsense. Their economy is in France.
If you told me that they attach their CFA with French for parity's sake, I will understand. I get that. I understand.
Their sovereign wealth. Their sovereign wealth is in French banks.
I equally understand the important role the French are doing in the economy of these countries. That I get it, but to say they don't have central bank is not accurate.
Yeah, they do some.
No. By central bank, I understand what you're saying, Jafar. I mean the policies, like
their monetary policy. Yeah, that I get.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's not the physical central bank. I mean, sorry. Meanwhile, thank you for the clarification.
You are welcome, bro.
And that's why I'm having issue with Niger, Nigeria, Benin Republic economic policy. As far as France is in the mix, I'm still seeing being skeptical. I'm still skeptical that Niger will leave Benin Republic to transfer or to transport their business through Nigerian space, looking at the France British economic policies at times, but those things time will only tell,
No. That Maradi something is just a Fulani vanity, something that Buhari is doing for his
No, you
clansmen.
can,
Ife is very convenient for them, for the people from Niger, because for the most part, the things they don't import from out of their country, maybe from Europe and America or Asia, they mostly buy their stuff from Kano. So it's easier to them, it's closer to them as opposed to Benin Republic. So that accessibility, that closeness, it matters.
Yeah. So, and one thing is this, Jafar, whatever Janle Koko is saying, I still hold this, and I still want anybody to correct me. There is no state in Nigeria that cannot stand on its own. It's because of the policy of the country that is stifling states to bring out their best.
But that wasn't what Ajanle Koko said. Ajanle Koko said they are too lazy, depending on that easy money from Niger Delta, which we saw Ganduje pocketing it. So that's just their own, just the free money has made them lazy in the north.
So the question will now be,
yeah,
what
I still stand by my point. It's not only the northern states. What of our Ekiti?
Ekiti,
What of our Osun? What of some other states? It's not only the northern states. It's all these guardian states you have all over the country that cannot stand on their own financially. They can't sustain themselves. What is the purpose of the state that cannot sustain themselves? What are they meant for?
Ajanle
What are they meant for?
Ajanle Kuku, it is the Nigerian policy of that centralized policy that caused all these things. Because
I agree with you. But why created states that cannot financially stand on their own because of feeding bottle, and that feeding bottle, the federal government that created all these nonsense states knows quite well that the revenue or the wealth they are taking is from one side of the country to feed everybody. I mean, it's just nonsense. They need to scrap all those nonsense. Look, if we're on the region the way it used to be, that'd be better. And that will unite us the better. How can only Kano in the whole of the north be the only state that can sustain itself? Sustain in the whole of the north.
Kaduna can sustain itself very well.
Okay,
Kaduna
fine. Let's agree that Kano
can sustain itself very, very well.
Oh, okay, fine.
States can actually. I am somebody who actually advocate for state autonomy, for fiscal federalism. I advocate for it. I agree with you that this centralization, this coming to Abuja,
it's really hurting everybody. Let's be sincere with ourselves.
I still agree. I agree with you that coming to Abuja every month to collect check to go is actually rendering Nigerians more backward. That I agree with you.
And let me tell you, Mr. Jafar, and that is why you see all these lazy politicians in the position milking, because they don't have to work to get money to fund their state. They don't have to work hard because they know that the money is coming. But if it's taken from them, I'm telling you, whoever want to manage, be the governor of us, he will be think of how can I manage that state? How can I pay worker salary? How can I provide the electricity? Water for my people, a good health, because there's no help coming.
Jafar, do you know, and Ajanle Koko, do you know what the Kaduna state economy is predicated upon? Cotton and peanuts. Cotton, of course, textile completely collapsed in Kaduna state. So peanuts now is just So essentially, it's just a cap in hand state. It's just a feeding bottle state. That is what Kaduna is. A feeding bottle state.
How can a state that can develop a textile industry become a feeding bottle?
Yeah,
state?
but the textile industry collapsed
It's
in
gone.
the 70s.
There's no more. There's no more textile industry over there. And you know that
Everybody
textile
has
industry,
a lot
one
of
industry.
In agriculture, there are a lot of investment in agriculture, and it's already yielding fruit. They have investment in ICT. Is yielding fruit.
Come on, now, Jafar.
You just do your research. Don't just sit and have this bias. Do your research.
No, I did the research. That's how I realized that
just go and check the IGL, the most recent IGL of Kaduna State. You will see.
But most of that
ICT, Kaduna now Silicon Valley. I mean, Jafar, come on, man.
Valley, but the industry is generating money for the state.
Well, they are trying. Kaduna, look,
they are not trying anything. The economy of Kaduna is dependent on El Rufai's relationship with Buhari, and the money that Buhari sits on top of is the Niger Delta oil wealth. So essentially, Kaduna is dependent on the Niger Delta.
Well, that's not true.
No, those are the facts.
That's not true.
But Jafar, would you agree?
You just
Jafar, would you agree that if that
you want to portray it as a fact?
If that monthly subvention is going to come into Kaduna, what do you think will happen to Kaduna?
They will start.
Kaduna can pay its salary. Kaduna can take care of itself.
From peanuts.
Based on the reforms the Rufai is putting in place.
I know Rufai is doing something over there, but
we can do it. We'll ask you the same question. We'll ask you the same question. If VAT collection is decentralized,
that would be good. That would be good.
It will give a lot of state a lot of money.
Yeah, that will be good. That will be good.
And the federal government is not going to lose anything. On the contrary, the federal government will be the one to win, because more than 20% of VAT collection is done in FCT. FCT is not a state. So they could keep all those 200. Yeah?
And what did you say?
I said more than 20% of VAT collection, more than 25 actually, of VAT collection in Nigeria is generated by FCT.
Because the conglomerates are headquartered there, is what I'm saying. The conglomerates.
That is not true. Lagos pay the highest of VAT. Lagos pay the highest of VAT. Check your record.
No. Listen.
Oh man, Lagos pay the highest of VAT, and that is why you see Lagos and what do you call?
I will give you the figure. I'm not just speaking out of my. Lagos contributed almost 450 something billion, while FCT Abuja was around 258. Okay, so the 258, if it's not placed in any other state, all that money will go back to the federation account. Federal government, they don't have to share it with any state. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, if your figure is right, Lagos said they don't want it. Hold on. Lagos doesn't want to share with local government. He doesn't want federal government to share anything with him. I mean, with her.
Okay.
The same way with River.
If every state is going to collect its VTA, do you still think Lagos will generate 450 something billion?
You don't worry about that.
They
don't worry about that. Leave Lagos alone.
It will be shared to other states, because
Lagos don't care. Lagos don't want. Look, the little that Lagos can have is enough for them. Don't worry about whether they are sharing with it. Leave Lagos alone. Leave Rivers alone. Leave other states alone. Let the federal government go and hold whatever is generating up there. Lagos doesn't want anything from local government. During Obasanjo withheld Lagos allocation for several months. It didn't pay. Lagos was functioning. Lagos was paying their worker salary. They were doing everything that they're supposed to do. Lagos did not collapse. Lagos is the sixth largest economy in the whole of Africa. Lagos is an economy within an economy.
So let me ask you, when Obasanjo was not giving Lagos the monthly allocation, did it equally involve the VAT?
Did what?
Did they not receive their VAT?
Who was, you mean, I mean, it was federal government that was collecting the VAT now?
Yes.
Yes, it was local government that was receiving the VAT now. I don't know whether they were giving. I don't know whether they were giving Lagos their VAT. But then, what I'm telling you is that Lagos was able to sustain herself without federal government allocation. Lagos paid the worker salary. They paid all the legislators and all the government functionaries. They performed. The water was run. Everything was going. We didn't even feel nothing.
All right. Thank you, Ajanle Koko and Jafar. I suspect that if we give it 2 more hours, the two of you will still continue because I think
One man.
Yes.
One man.
Yes.
How are you, my brother?
I'm good. Let's hear from you.
No, I just want to greet everyone on the platform. I have a quick question for Jafar. Jafar, why are you so defensive to what Ajanle Koko is saying? Because I mean, if we just look at the economic angle of it, not the ethnic angle of it, I mean, it is a fact that most of the states in Nigeria can sustain themselves, including northern states. And it is a fact that
he's not arguing that. Jafar,
yeah, but I don't understand.
You will need paracetamol after this, so you will need paracetamol after.
I just want to understand why he's not addressing the
question through.
Oh, okay, go on.
Yeah, I just want to understand why the key problem is that those states can't sustain themselves. I've forgotten the name of the governor. The governor of a northern state actually came out and said it, that they shouldn't do the VAT thing, that his state will fall apart. So I mean, that's the root cause of the issue. So I mean, why don't we speak more about that instead of trying to talk about what Lagos may or may not become without the support of the federation?
So what is the question then? Why?
The question is why don't you address the root cause of the real problem, which is the fact that those states can't.
No, we address that issue. We agree that a lot of states, the way the system is structured, cannot sustain themselves. We did address the case, and we equally said that the other states that think they can actually, based on the VAT, we are speaking here uniquely based on VAT, especially a state like Lagos. The point I'm making is that, and it's a fact, the VAT Lagos is generating is not because of any effort by any of their politicians. It's because of a policy, a national policy from Nigeria, by localizing all the headquarters of banking sector, telecommunication sector, insurance sectors, and most of the companies, major companies of Nigeria are based in Lagos. And VAT is not an income tax, it's a consumption tax. Whatever services this company produce is consumed across the entire nation, which means everywhere that these people sell their goods and services, it's supposed to pay VAT to that various state. So what I'm trying to say, even if states are allowed to generate their VAT, the money Lagos is collecting today will not be the same as the money they will collect when it is decentralized. That's a fact.
Jafar, I get your I get that point, and I'm not disputing that point. What I'm saying is, I don't know if you've seen the publication that's released every year called Fate of the States that highlights the economic health of each state. And there are certain states in the country that are doing very well. Anambra is one, Delta is another. And these states don't have the historical context of Lagos, yet they're able to be above average. So the question I want you to address, because you're from the north, right, is why are more or what is the challenge in the north? Like, I'm from the Niger Delta. I can tell you what the challenge is there, but I just want to hear your perspective on what the challenge is in the north as far as internally generated revenue.
That's a very good question. That's a very good question. The challenges to start with, okay, it will still come back to national policy. If you go to the Nigerian power grid, then if you make a study and look how power is being rationed to the various regions, then you will discover that there is a deliberate effort by government to focus most of the electrification in a certain part of the country. That's one. And what does that do? It kills industry. I have a friend in Kaduna who used to have a small factory. It's a small, medium-sized factory that he produces soap. Soap, that's what they do. But he has to close it because he could not afford putting fuel into his generator because the business was not longer becoming productive. A lot of people have that issue. That's one. Two, our area, we have a very rich land that people could invest in agriculture. But for the most part, the people that invested in agriculture are mostly the politicians and very wealthy people, and they are making good money out of it. That's it. And the third part is equally that Nigerians don't like to pay taxes. Nigerians don't pay taxes. And that's one of the ways to generate money in every country. The principal source of money is taxes. Nigerians don't pay taxes. To give you an example, 2 days ago, I think I overheard this governor while installing his commissioner, how they call him, Governor Obaseki. He gave out a figure. He said, out of the 5 million people eligible to pay taxes in Edo State, only 200,000 are actually paying. That's a reality in Nigeria. People don't pay taxes. And if you don't pay taxes, how do you generate money, revenue for the state?
Jafar, do you know why we don't pay taxes? It's still because everybody still have this mentality of at the end of the month I'm going to Abuja. I'm telling you, if they remove that policy,
yeah,
okay.
that might be it, Ife, but also
no,
people.
Jafar,
Wait. Before during
the colonial era,
people don't trust government.
No, wait. During the colonial era, why is it that we were paying taxes to the colonial masters then? We started
Because
ruling
our
ourselves.
forefathers were seeing what their tax money were being used for.
Yes, okay?
That's
more the point. That's
yeah,
more the
you
point.
see,
yeah.
People will not pay taxes when you don't do anything. That's it.
So Jafar, if based on your response, right?
Yes, sir.
To go back to the rail line that is either, I'm not even sure, is either being built or has been completed.
Fulani Railway, just call it Fulani Railway.
so my question is, based on your analysis, don't you think, I mean, the executive should have looked at that situation and said, how can I make sure that people that have produce in the north find it very easy to get their produce to places in the south? How can I make sure I should create more ports so people have more options of exporting instead of just going to Lagos? So why wasn't that the focus? Why was the focus put on building a rail line
Fulani Railway
to Maradi instead of trying to build a rail line to more places in the south?
If we want to be fair to ourselves and to be fair to the government, I don't know if any of us have seen the master plan that was laid out by Amici when it comes to the railway project, where it's supposed to connect and where it's supposed to connect. Okay, the thinking is to facilitate transportation of goods and services and people. Economically, that makes sense to me. Economically, it makes sense to me. So we cannot miss it. These are like different projects, different volume of projects. They have that for railway. They have the one for airways in an airport. Then they have the one for seaport. Are they going to do all these things at once? I doubt.
No, but Jafar, what they should have done is that money, Lagos to Kano, that is where the economy is. Lagos to Kano Railway, that's where that $2 billion
There
should
is
have
a
gone.
Lagos to Kano.
Not
The
Fulani.
plan is there is a Lagos to Kano. The Kano to Maradi is just an addition, which the minister said is worth 200 million. That's what the minister said. That's the tax price. They asked the minister responded, it's 200 million. And the cost
it's sorry, hold on. It's not 200 million, it's 2 billion. The stretch from
the entire project from Lagos to Maradi is 2 billion.
No. The rail from Katsina to Maradi is 2 billion. But the part that is in Niger Republic, that's 200 million. So that's
what I'm telling you. The Maradi is Niger Republic. Maradi is Niger Republic.
Yeah.
It's not Nigeria. Maradi is just a boundary between Katsina and Maradi. If you are in Katsina to get to Maradi, if you are driving, it takes you less than an hour. You are in Maradi. So it's not like a very far distant place.
Yeah,
and
so that's the 200 million.
The Nigerian authority will put a custom post, a police checkpoint, and everything there. So in such a way that if somebody is shipping his goods from Niger Republic, from Maradi, it goes directly to Lagos. There will be no control. All the control will be done by Nigerian authority there in Maradi in the post. I don't see anything wrong with that.
So, if you were President Jafar and you had that $2 billion to spend, would you build a railway from I know it's all in the plans, but if you had that immediate spend, would your immediate spend be to link Kano to Lagos, which are the two biggest juggernauts in Nigeria, or to link Katsina to Maradi, where the whole place
you
is
are
just
missing it. You cannot link Katsina to Maradi before linking Lagos to Kano. You have to link Lagos to Kano first, because the rail line from Kano has to link
Is Lagos to Kano, is it linked now, Lagos to Kano by rail?
No, it's still they are still working on it. So
but they are already building
it is the line from Kano that will link Katsina before it even gets to Maradi. I hope you understand now. It's not like the project is Katsina Maradi. No, it's the same project from Lagos to Katsina, that to Kano, that was extended now to Maradi.
Oh, all right. A lot of people are not happy with this Fulani Railway idea, and more importantly,
they are not happy because of emotion, because of ethnicity,
and economics,
The economic makes sense. The president explained it. The minister explained it.
No, Jafar. On the contrary, the economic does not make sense. If you have a nation, I'll tell you why. If you have a nation that has only one functioning port, and the nation is talking about boosting exports, creating a scenario where the people that produce yams or produce in Benue have to go all the way to Lagos to try to export products, where meanwhile, if there was a port in Akwa Ibom or in Brass in Bayelsa, it would be a lot easier for people to transport their goods, or the people in Aba or Onisha. If they want to send goods, they have to go all the way to Lagos. Do you know how much it costs them to do that?
So no, but now you are talking about different things. I'm talking about the economy. There is a port project. The project of the Nigerian ports is there.
Okay. No, but it wasn't a priority. I'm talking about.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. I just want to start rounding it off. But what you just essentially heard were homeboy arguments. Ahizon from the Creek area wanting a port in his area, and Jafar from the north justifying Fulani Railway. So that's homeboy. Everybody defending their own interest. You don't think we don't know your politics?
One man. Let me ask you this. One man. No. One man. Let me ask you this. Wait. Let me ask one man this question. Wait. We're in the 21st century.
Right.
We're a nation that is 3 times the size of California. We're a nation that is trying to boost export. You have the African Free Trade Agreement that's being released, and we have only one functioning port. Now, forget the fact that I'm from the Niger Delta. And you have areas there with the longest coastline in almost all of West Africa, and we have only one port. It defies common sense to think that a government to come in, talk every day about exports, but the one port you have, it has a gridlock. Look at the problems that we're having at the Apapa port. If you had other options, you wouldn't have that problem. So this isn't even
I totally agree with you on this. We need more than Apapa seaport. Even not only that, in my view, even Calabar, around this Cross River Calabar area, I have been to Calabar. I have used that seaport. We traveled from there to Cameroon on boat. I have seen it. I think it could be developed into a port. So Rome was not built on one day. I understand that we have made, as a country, we have made some mistakes. But I assure you, I heard the minister said there is a plan to increase our seaport in Nigeria. It might not happen probably during this administration, but government is a continuation.
Should it have?
I wish it could have. I wish the earlier the better. I wish we had it 20 years ago.
What of the setting up of the headquarters of Navy in Kano? Does that make sense at all?
What part of the Navy was set up in Kano?
No part of the Navy should be set up in Kano. Kano is a landlocked space. No part of the Navy should be set up in Kano. No part.
Don't they have navies?
All right.
What do you say?
Countries that are landlocked, don't they have navies?
Are we landlocked?
I'm asking you a simple question.
I'm asking you, are we landlocked nation?
Can you answer the question, sir?
No. Are we landlocked nation?
Are you responding to my question by a question?
Oh, yeah, I'm telling you, we are not landlocked, so we cannot set it up over there.
I'm asking you, countries that are landlocked, do they have a navy force?
Are we landlocked nation?
Ajali Koko, you live in the United States. You live in the US.
Yes.
Does US Navy limit itself to a particular region?
Always you see them where US Navy, you see them where there is sea, coastline area. That is where you will see US Navy. You cannot see them in my own state that is landlocked. You can't see them here. But you will see them in a coastline area. Places like Louisiana or like Mobile, Alabama, and some other places that are coastline area. That's where you see them. And if you go to other parts of the world, advanced nation in the world, that is the same thing you will see them. So, what's your point?
All right, gentlemen.
We are not landlocked nation. Why must they take them, our Navy, to Sahara Desert?
All right, gentlemen. We'll start to round off here. I think we've lost Jafar again, but that is a connection thing. The one thing I have to give to Jafar, he never backs down. So we start to round off, and as ever, we'll land on Ajanle Koko. So Hazon's just joined us, so you get the first go. So just speak as you will. Hazon, so to you.
I've not spoken. Well, he's on speak. No problem.
Sorry. Ife, did you want to? Okay, Ife, you finish your thoughts, and then I'll go to Aizan. Huh?
Sorry. So on the Anambra election thing, state of emergency, right?
Yes.
So, yes. I think the whole issue is the Nigerian state needs to call everybody on board. Southwest was your problem, South was your problem, and let's iron these things out once and for all. The fact that we are waking up every day and we are hearing people are being killed does not even give the country portray a good image of the country. But it's unfortunate that the people in the realms of affairs too are just hell-bent in having things done their own way, which will not work. We don't want a militarized system. So that's the way I see it. I don't want to speak too much so that we can quickly brush up the whole thing.
Okay, and have you spoken on the Atiku space? The Atiku space.
Atiku, everybody is power drunk, everybody is power drunk. Ideally, everybody knows that it should come to the south, and even if, as Adale Koko will say, it should go to the southeast. But one thing is sure, the power has to shift to the south because of the system we run. Ideally, the Nigerian president should not be based on where it's coming from, but what the person wants to give to the country. But since we have it like that, everybody is just power drunk. That's the way I see Atiku. Yeah.
Can you understand a little bit, Ife, that this guy that has been pursuing this thing for so long, and he knows that this is his last window, he has to give it everything he has. So do you have some empathy for that he cannot
I
just
don't have
give up his
empathy for that.
ambition?
I don't have empathy for that because everything can be lawful, but not everything is right. Yes, it is lawful for him to come to show his interest, but is it right for him to show his interest, or is it beneficial for the country at this point in time? So that's what I want to see. But if you don't want to sacrifice that, well, let him go. Who knows? But one thing sure, everybody is just being power drunk. That's the way I see it.
And in contest between Tinubu and Atiku, which way would you weigh?
Man, I will not be surprised if Atiku gets it. I will not be surprised because the polity is mixed now, such that it's now more of a north versus south thing. The northern room spoke. Some of these northern association has spoken. So in the north, they see that the south don't like the president. So if Atiku gets the ticket, I will not be surprised they will get it again, because even in the south, you find that in that same southwest, people do not like Tinubu.
Who do you think is more Nigerian, Tinubu or Atiku?
It's Atiku, of course, because Tinubu has already come out to tell us that he does not believe in one Nigeria before. He has said it before. It's just because of Jonathan's miscalculation that gave Tinubu that light to think that he can actually have a shot at the presidency. Tinubu was more content in just broking the deal in whoever wants to be the president, as long as you don't come to my Lagos. I think that was what he was content with. But I think Jonathan gave him this avenue to see that then I can have a shot. Jonathan paid him during his first campaign, that first tenure he had, that I will allow you to control your southwest, but I need to be in the presidency. I think that was what gave him that thing. But Tinubu Atiku, I'm very sure.
Who do you think is more loved, Tinubu or Atiku?
Look at that love we are saying for Tinubu in southwest is more of a media love. People love Atiku than Tinubu. I will sincere with you. The last election with Buhari has already showed it now. If not that Buhari used the state apparatus, everybody knew that Atiku likely won the election. Everybody knew. So, Tinubu or Atiku, people will vote for Atiku.
Who do you think will make a better president, Tinubu or Atiku?
what would be your yardstick? By
whichever matrix that you are willing to use, who would make a better president, Tinubu or Atiku? Look at that.
If we want to look at people who would put the right people there, who would give people the ability to express themselves, to bring out their ideas, I think Atiku has that way of doing things, but Tinubu has this overbearing things he does, so that it's either my way or you are out.
Who do you think is more corrupt, Tinubu or Atiku?
I don't know.
No,
please, can I interject?
Hold on, just guess to the space. Who do you think is more corrupt, Tinubu or Atiku?
One man is the Wahala man.
No, it's just speculation now. It's not a court of law. You are not on oath.
No problem. The IGR or the taxes Lagos State generates, Tinubu has this alphabet that collects, I think, 30% of anything Lagos State generates on behalf of Lagos State. So I see that as a corruption. Why should you, when Lagos State even has its own, what's it called? Is it federal? No, Lagos Inland Revenue Service. Lagos State Inland Revenue Service. But Tinubu has its own alphabet there. So I think on that scale, I don't know what's happening, but what I can sense, Tinubu controls Lagos. So for me,
who do you think is more physically and mentally agile and able? Atiku. There you are. So there you are now. So there it is. Yeah.
One man, why you want to Tinubu now? One man. All these questions, you know that you will pay for.
No, but these are the parameters. This is what we look at now to select a person out of the two that are in the front.
See, one man, let me tell you something you need to understand. Right. Yeah, I might not like what is this Tinubu? No, Tinubu and Atiku. I prefer Tinubu past Atiku, but one thing I want you to know, the reason why I believe say Atiku is one of the best person where I prefer is that if you look at where Atiku and Tinubu, I know that it will restructure Nigeria. It will not let Nigeria be like this before it leaves.
No, Atiku has also said that Atiku has
let me tell you something.
Nigeria needs to restructure.
These are political propaganda. Listen to me,
it's not propaganda. Even when APC was messing up with restructuring, Atiku was saying that he wants state police. He wants the whole country to restructure. That the way Nigeria is now is not working for him.
Let me tell you, so because he know the system now, because everybody is shouting for restructure. Let me tell you something.
Let me tell you too. When he was saying those things, Tinubu was quiet. Tinubu did not say anything.
That's right.
So he has the courage of his conviction. Yes. Courage of conviction.
Yes.
Let me tell you something.
That's right. DJ, don't defend this your Tinubu.
Who do you think is more Who do you think is more modern? Danjuma, who is more modern? Tinubu or Atiku? Who is more modern? Who is more modern? Who is more contemporary?
What? I didn't get you.
Who is more of a modern day man? Is it Tinubu or Atiku?
Who is not analog? Who is digital?
Who is analog? Digital? Yes. Who is
both
digital?
Of them.
No, not both of them. You have analog. To be, but out of the both of them, who is more modern?
Please, the both of them, no one is good. This is what I want you to understand.
No, we are not. That wasn't the question, though, was it? Who is more modern?
None of the above is modern. They are the both of them.
Running. Are you OVA? Is this OVA? Don't run now. Who is more modern? No. One has to be more than the other, even if it's 0.5%. You know, who is more modern, Tinubu or Atiku? You see, you can't bear yourself to say it because you know it. Who is more modern?
No, Atiku is not better than Tinubu. Tinubu is not better than Atiku. Both of them, they are the same.
All right. Okay.
I'm telling you.
You
Hey,
say
one man, if you don't mind, let me interject for a second.
go
I
on.
want to talk about the Atiku restructuring and the silence on the part of Chief Ahmed Bola Tinubu. Yes, Atiku.
When you already called him chief, we know where you're going, but go.
Bola is his man. Jafar prefer Bola now. Bola Tinubu.
So Atiku has made this statement on restructuring over and over, but unfortunately, he had failed to actually explain to Nigeria what he meant by what's the meaning of restructuring to him. What are his view on restructuring? Because you see, everybody we keep talking about restructuring. So Bola, I give credit to Bola because he hasn't spoken about it yet. Let's give him the benefit of that. Maybe he's still thinking about it. So
Jafar, he hasn't spoken about anything. He hasn't spoken about anything.
So let me ask Jafar one question. Sorry, Jafar, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Assuming Atiku was a Yoruba man, are you with me?
Yes, sir.
Assuming Atiku was a Yoruba man and people in Igogonda were killed by the Fulani, irrespective of Atiku being a Fulani man, do you think Atiku will speak or he will keep quiet?
No, as Atiku spoke about restructuring as far back as 2014.
I'm talking about insecurity. That issue of insecurity.
That do I think Atiku should speak or not? Would he have spoken or not?
Yeah, if he's a Yoruba man, do you think Atiku will speak up?
No, I don't think he would have spoken up because I don't think he's genuine. I think he's fake.
Who do you think is braver
among the two?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who do I think is braver? None of them. I think they are all political opportunists. They will find that they are politicians.
Well, you have a point. Sorry, I'm not endorsing that Tinubu article, but we are just comparing personalities.
Yes, we are comparing the two most likely scenarios because when the shakedown comes, those names will be in the shakedown. Even if in one way or the other, those people will be in the shakedown. When they start to shake it down, the names that will be dropping up names like Tinubu, Atiku. Yeah,
I have said it on this forum. The only way Atiku could become a threat to Tinubu will be dependent on whose Tinubu's running mate is. That's it.
No. The thing is, Buhari will rig it for Tinubu. That's just the thing. But you don't like Atiku because he was dancing with women. That is your issue. This is what you said. Is it because he was dancing with women?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say I had an issue with that. I don't care. That's his personal life. I told you that's a perception in the North. At his age, he is not supposed to be viewed dancing with some other person's wife. The North is conservative. That's what I said. Do I care about?
Yeah, but we like things like that in Yoruba land. We like things like that. You see, so it's a Yoruba man.
You know, Atiku is marry a Yoruba. The first wife is a Yoruba woman now.
Okay, her name is.
And you don't want him to.
To me, the most achievement, the only thing he has achieved for Nigeria is that he is the Nigerian husband of the century.
I think he has an Igbo wife, even you know. Yeah.
Yeah, he married an Igbo wife, he's married to Yoruba, he's married to a Fulani, he's married to a Kanuri, he used to be married to a Hausa woman. So he's married from across all the most ethnic groups.
There you are. That is
so
a
that tells you that man is a real Nigerian.
Equal opportunity.
I call him the Nigerian husband of the century.
Equal opportunity lover. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. So we start to round off now, and we go. We start. Yeah. So we'll start with Ife.
Yeah. So all the arguments we've had today is just showing one thing, that everybody just need to have a sense of autonomy so that the potential of the least man on the street will be achieved. I believe that if every state has a sense of autonomy, that's when they will now look inward to know the best type of road network they have to do, how to harness the electricity education so that they will be able to develop themselves and generate VAT or taxes for the betterment of their populace. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ife. Always a delight. Ife now an Atiku man just from his answers to the question. So tika taka for Atiku. That was the slogan the last time. Tika taka.
I am not endorsing anybody. I only
but you just endorsed Atiku now. When 100% you said is better than Tinubu. Eh?
Yes, I said that, but
so you are tika taka with Atiku now.
They are not running mates. One man, easy.
All right, I'll meet you on the campaign trail. Don't worry. Ife is the campaign manager for Atiku. So thank you, Ife. So we give Ahizon then space to speak as he will because he came laterly and we're about to round off. So just address whatever it is that you'd like to share with us. Ahizon.
So yeah, so I'll just go ahead and I was listening to the conversation, and the healthy debate between Ajani Kuku and Jafar, as well as everything else, and we just have to look at these things. Jafar mentioned looking at things dispassionately and evaluating situations from a fact-based perspective instead of looking at them, from an ethnic lens. And the reason why I asked him those questions was because, his reaction, at least my initial perception of his reaction, was that he was reacting from the ethnic perspective. It seems to me that, and so just so you know, I have Jafar. I went to secondary school in Kwara State. I was able to meet a lot of people from northern Nigeria. I met friends that are Nupe, friends that are Ibira, I have friends that are Birom, I have friends that are Hausa, I have friends that are Fulani.
That sounds like I'm not a racist bot. So when a racist wants to make a racist comment, they'll say, I'm not a racist bot. Why are you black people like? So that sounds like I'm not a racist bot.
Well, on the contrary, my friend, it's that, I was able to, at a very young age, able to learn more about the North. So I immediately realized that I can't look at that part of the country from a single lens because it's very diverse. But the one thing that I also realize is that a lot of times when issues are being discussed on the table and it pertains to certain parts of the North, even amongst my friends, it seems their reaction is more one of, oh, you're viewing the North like this. You have a perception of the North as being backward, uneducated, and the like. But I always remind them that this has nothing to do with your ethnicity or your geographical location. It has everything to do with the fact that, these are the facts on ground. We have millions of children out of school. We have a very dangerous cocktail of poverty, extremist religious beliefs, and the proliferation of small arms in that section of the country, which is becoming very dangerous, combined with the emergence of ISWAP in West Africa. You have Boko Haram. So my perception when I look at the northern part of our country, because the issues there are our issues, is one of concern, because I look at all these other countries that have serious issues with radicalism, and that part of the country just seems to have the perfect environment for that sort of ideology to grow and become a threat to the entire country. So that is one of the issues, and I know if there were more opportunities for employment, if there were more economic opportunities in that part of the country, if there were better educational programs, you would have less people.
Would you concede that you look at the North homogeneously?
No, I don't.
You are using catch-all phrases. You are sweeping.
Well, one man, I'm highlighting the issue of most concern. from my perspective, you know, in the sense that everything I've said, whether it's radical Islam, or it's, you know, poverty, or it's small arms, these are facts, or it's Islamic State West Africa, or it's Boko Haram trying to really establish a presence in that part of the country. These are facts. You know, my biggest criticism outside of the genocide committed by Obasanjo, it was also that he conceded to allow those 12 states implement Sharia, you know, in a secular country. He violated the constitution by conceding to that. He should have never done that, because not because he's depriving people of their religion, but they are minorities. There are minorities in every single state, from Sokoto to Zamfara to, you know, Katsina to, there are minorities in those states that need to be protected. But when you allow those states to implement Sharia, you've effectively taken away the rights of those minorities in a secular nation. And now we see the emergence of a very dangerous belief system, you know, that is not traditional Islam. These are radical, these are mass murderers. And you know, they've kind of embraced the people that have, again, I'm not speaking about the entire North. The people that have embraced this, they've kind of taken it to another level, to the point now that even people that live in those states, I was talking to a friend of mine from Kaduna the other day, he was telling me his children haven't gone to school this entire year. So, you know, these are serious issues. And I think the argument, the debate right now about self-sufficiency from northern states is a real one, because if they're able to generate more economic activity in those states, then more people will be employed and earn more income, which will reduce the likelihood of a lot of these security issues coming up. So, you know, it's not I guess a bash on the North. It's more so that these are issues. If I was to speak, I mean, the last time I called on this show, I spoke extensively about where I'm from, the Niger Delta, and I was highly critical of the corruption within Niger Delta Development Corporation. I was highly critical of our governors. I was highly critical of. So these things, sometimes we just have to speak about the facts and remove our ethnic loyalties. You know, put them to the side for a second and talk about the issues we're facing and how to solve those issues. And sometimes, so I asked Jafar those questions, but from his response to those questions, he was able to clarify that he didn't have an emotional reaction. It was more so of just trying to explain the situation. But I think that's something that we need to take a look at. And, you know, Northern Nigeria is part of our Nigeria. It's not part of just Northern Nigeria. The argument people make for secession is that there's no way we can mix. Those people are different, and you know, we can't continue to be one country with those people, because if we are, you know, to become a problem. And my counter argument to that, one man, is that, okay, fine. If we separate tomorrow, what happens to the Christians in Southern Kaduna? What happens to the Christians in Katsina or Sokoto or Gombe? There are a lot of minorities in those places that being one country provides the ability to protect those people and make sure that we're able to come together as a very diverse nation. So these are real problems. It's not going to go away by hiding behind, oh, you know, you're trying to criticize this part and you're trying to denigrate us and say this about us. It's not going to change anything. Those problems are still going to be there. And no one is really addressing those problems. And one of my biggest fears, after I heard that military officer say that any Boko Haram member can aspire to become the president of Nigeria, you know, this was a high military officer saying this. So what does that tell you? What does that portend for the future? What does that say, that if someone that is this high up in the military can say that, then are we saying that someone...
And nothing has happened to that military officer?
Nothing has happened to him.
And
nothing has happened to him.
What are we talking about? Is this administration not a supporter of terrorists? I mean, it's sad, man.
So, Ajali Koko, what that tells you is that secession is becoming more and more mainstream in the northern space. That's what that tells you.
Well, Jafar,
So it's
what
unfortunate. The same way Southerners think is high time they divide the country, they can't cohabit with Northerners. That same feeling is already being expressed in the Northern space as well. That's
a
what
military officer to say that, Jafar, and you say it's right. A
I didn't
military
say
officer
it's
that
right.
is
Did I
supposed
say
that
it's right?
is
I didn't say it's
expected
right.
to be
I didn't
to
even
be in
comment
the
on
front
the merit
line,
of what he said.
destroying terrorists.
I didn't say he's right. I didn't say he's right.
Yeah, so don't defend him now. Don't
I'm not
defend you.
defending anybody. I'm just telling you the mood, the evolution about how people feels about each other in Nigeria today.
But
yes, and Jafar, it's a dangerous mood because
it's dangerous. I agree with you, but that's how it is. It's what it is.
It's very dangerous because okay, let's say it's not a Boko Haram member. Let's say it is one of the so-called funders of Boko Haram that the federal government has refused to release the names of, and this person tomorrow becomes a senator or becomes a major person at one of the major political parties and ends up ruling Nigeria, we essentially we'll be in trouble because that
like
person will,
like
Issa Pantami, unfortunately. Issa Pantami is
Unfortunately, Issa Pantami is not a terrorist. You might want to think whatever you want.
Jafar,
He has never committed an act of terror.
No, being a sympathizer and being a terrorist are two different things.
No.
Issa Pantami, we can't deny the fact that Issa Pantami is a clear sympathizer to extremist groups. If someone can say he thought bin Laden was a better Muslim than himself, speaks volumes as a grown man. So it's not so much of, I have, like I said, I went to school in Ilorin, so I'm not sure if you've been to Ilorin. The mosque is the highest point in that city.
I've been to Ilorin every time. I know Ilorin very well.
Yeah, so what I'm saying to you is, Issa Pantami saying that means he has very strong sympathies for this group, and Gumi has said similar things, and now you have this military officer who's high up saying similar things, and so you start to look at it and you're like, where does this go from here if we have these sort of things and these people? So what scares me the most is there might be someone there who's extremely sympathetic but also extremely politically correct. That person will go on national TV and say all the right things, but secretly the person has beliefs that are radical, that supports this ideology that was imported from Wahhabism, and the person might become elected. And if that person becomes elected, if you're a minority in the north or you're anywhere south of Lokoja, what does that mean for you as a person in a diverse nation?
Is that not what we have now with Buhari? That is what we have now.
Yeah, Buhari, unfortunately, that's who he is. It's not, every now and then, I listen to him very carefully when he talks, and you can see that he doesn't necessarily have the way he addresses the situation is what's troubling. Yes, he doesn't seem like supporting, but forming this.
Remember, Aizan, Aizan, remember when those Fulani people were savaging them? So, Aizan, can you hear me? Aizan, we're losing you somewhat. Can you hear me?
Seems like he's taking action.
I don't think you can hear me. Can you hear me, Aizan? All right, I think we're losing you somewhat, but thank you. Let's go to Charles and take his thoughts, and then the last words to Jafar. So, Charles, to you.
Yeah. So my last word is that I pray that Nigerians hear the truth, know that Nigeria is a fair state, and if Nigeria cannot be fair today, then Nigeria is not worth to be a country. That's my saying.
Charles, relax, please. When you talk about Nigeria, let's try to be fair in your analysis. But
Charles speaks as he wills, just like anyone else. But Yeah, just round off because we lost you for a moment, but just round off so that Jafar then has the last
so
word.
just so these are just the concerns I have. I think we need a leader who can come in and recognize that if he strives to protect the ethnic minorities in our country, then he will effectively protect the entire nation, and he should act in the best interest of those people who are part of the majority groups, and he effectively will react in interest of everyone, which is key, regardless of your religion, regardless of your ethnicity. And a problem is a problem. If someone's your brother and is a criminal like Tinubu, you have to call him for what he is and not try
all right.
to.
And just finally, just literally one sentence or two. Just that question that I put to Ife: Tinubu or Atiku, your choice.
Neither.
Oh, all right. Oh, okay.
Neither.
Thank you, Aizan. So Jafar, take it on for us. Just the last word now. Jafar, ladies and gents.
So my last word will be, I want to thank each and every one of us for contributing here. And it's always an honor for me to participate in this conversation. But if I have to say something, I want all of us to understand that this is some kind of a national platform or an international platform where a lot of people listen. And when we talk to each other, we use some derogatory or demeaning or demonizing words on an entire region, on an entire ethnic group. It doesn't help in uniting the country. It doesn't help at all in bringing us together as one country, one people. So I will really, really sincerely appeal to each and every one of us to be a little bit careful with our choice of words. Because personally, me, every day after this program, I share the video to many of my groups that I am part and other platform. I really always do share these things, and it's like not a good thing, the feedback I usually get from my people. Good night to everyone.
All right, Jafar, just before you leave, it is curious because I want to hear that feedback too. But a lot of the things that you hear on this space is essentially how people feel. And you can hear that in their voice. So I'm sure you hear some often instances the passion in the voice. So that passion tells you that they are speaking from the core. So we must continue to have these conversations in order to reach a better place. That's just how it has to be. Because what you're hearing now is what people have long held as a belief. So you can counter that as they counter you. And then as you continue to rub minds, then we'll evolve from where we are to a better place. So that is the whole idea. And your contribution, as you know, Jafar, always valued. So Jafar, thank you very much. Always a delight to be in your company. Jafar, now a regular voice on the platform. So thank you, Jafar. Very solid chap. So that was Jafar, and that was the session. I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section. But here, I say, peace.